Hello, hello, hello! It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, and joining me today is Reyna Chapeau. Yes. And so, welcome in everybody, I will try to exercise some discipline and get my hellos in after about 20 minutes as opposed to immediately. Oh, you're muted! No, you are muted! Oh my goodness. No!
I can't believe this!
You're back, you're back.
I can't believe you muted me, you silenced me. This, like, betrayal. This has to be, like, one of the top 10 anime betrayals. Can't believe this. Can you guys, can you believe this? Can you believe it? Did her dirty, that's right. Everybody, look at him accusingly. Yeah, hello,
abuse, elder abuse happening here, live on stream. Elder
on elder abuse.
Elder on elder abuse. Yeah, it's true. But yes. So, joining me is Reyna Chapeau. You can't see my hand motion.
We were literally talking a lot before on the loading screen, and now we're just like having an awkward sigh.
Yeah, no.
I like that emote that Arias has over there. That looks a lot like.
Who is this? This is. Oh, I don't know this person. Thaf9. That's a pretty. It's a pretty short username. That's pretty good. I am jealous of everybody who gets to have Twitch emotes that don't have numbers in the name.
Yeah,
I will never get that. Sad for me. I can't figure out who has the smaller Almont. I can't figure out who the hell it is. So I probably can't kill them and take it from them. But yes, Nando. Before you, but actually, I should just say, seeing Nando in chat got us all talking about ReZero. Because again, I think that it does some things pretty well, and it does some things pretty poorly. I'm the part that, like, somebody pointed out to me that, like, driven me mildly insane was realizing that the author just kind of makes dozens of characters, and if he gets, like, a lot of fanfic or fan art of one of the characters, that character gets to stay, and the other characters just kind of get written out slowly.
Yeah.
It's just like,
I mean, isn't that just business?
It's very business. It's very business, but it's not something artistically, I don't have a lot of respect for it. Artistically,
well,
I don't.
I mean, it feels like he's kind of honest that he's in it for the money.
Yeah. I mean, I respect that element for damn sure. I definitely respect a lot of folks who are honest about their business concerns. As a person who is myself very honest about my business concerns, it would be pretty hypocritical of me to be dishonest about that, or to be what's the word I'm looking for here? Evasive. There we go. Evasive about it.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, we didn't do one of the things that. Oh, whatever. We're stopping one of the. We didn't do one of the things that I like to do as a tradition, which is try to match on height on the models in VTS. My canon height is 6'4".
Mine is 5'7".
A little bit shorter, but that's not too bad.
I mean, that's without the hat. And,
that's without the hat, yeah. With the hat, I was accounting for that. I was accounting for the hat. I was thinking about the hat. I was not thinking you were 5'7" with the hat. That would be pretty impressive. That would be. that would be like 5'1", maybe. It's a pretty big hat.
That is a pretty big hat.
It's a big hat. It's a big hat. Do you ever take the hat off?
Hmm?
Do you ever take the hat off? Okay, yes. You got an ahoge. That's why you cover it up. You got to cover up your shameful ahoge.
I have it off during streams during summer when my head doesn't want to be too sweaty. Also got I can do tricks with it.
Oh, okay. What you got for me?
Let me just where did I put it? I just need to remember how, like, I threw it before. Unless I lost. Oh, I do have it here. Hold on. Wow.
That's fancy. That's fancy. That's fancy.
I just needed to warm up my hands because arthritis.
Because arthritis, yeah. Because arthritis. That's very
Yeah.
cool. That's very cool. That is very cool. There's some stuff I wanna. There's some stuff I got to do. I got like. I don't know. There's always so much stuff to do, right? There's always so much stuff to do that you can.
Yeah.
It's always like, oh, that would be so cool, and then it's like, and that would take me like 20 hours. Like,
It's so funny though because like my friend who rigged this model, Korono Gomi, he added a bunch of this like stuff that I didn't actually ask for. He's just like, yeah, I put this here and I put this here and I put this here, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And then I just like gave him like a huge tip because of it. I'm like, okay.
Oh man. Meanwhile, I've got like at least like one whole. I've got like multiple toggles that I basically never use.
I know, that's the same. That's why I didn't ask for any toggles,
Yeah.
because I was like, I won't use them.
That's like the
Except for
horror.
maybe like crying and angry face because like that doesn't really translate well because like I can't move my eyebrows very well. when I,
Oh, okay. Oh, well, now we got.
yeah.
Now I got
oh
the
my
good
god,
one.
you took the entire screen.
Yeah, that's Okay, hold on. I forgot about in the collab. I need to move myself over a little bit more to the right. There we go. There we go. There we go. I've become sock.
Hold on, wait. Oh my god, wait. I have an idea.
Yeah. Do you have a really strong? Do you have an insane?
Wait. I got a idea. Hold on.
If you got a really gremlin-y one.
Wait, no, that's the wrong hand.
Oh no! Oh no! Okay, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You're gonna be like eating your head like the whole time, unless I like really look to the right really hard, which is pretty challenging because my second monitor's on the left. Alright, hold on. Let's see if can I move my camera enough? Okay, I can move my camera enough to make it
You
look.
want to go on the other hand?
That might be. I don't know. No, we'll end up into the cutoff zone. We'll end up looking crazy.
Well, like I can like move to the.
Oh, yes, true.
right,
You can move to the other side. You can move to the other side. That might work. That might work a little bit better. That might work a little bit better. So.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got to move over. Oh, and this is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I gotta get the screenshot on this one. Screenshot preview. There we go. But yes. Oh. Yes. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Now I'm looking around to figure out because I have a. Where is it? No, okay, never mind. I can't find it right now. I will have to find it later. That happens. Yes. So this is not something that somebody's thought of doing before on screen. Yeah, this model was actually by one of you folks over on YouTube, Lady Saffron VT. She is
No longer collab, just created ventriloquism.
Yes. No. The stream has been usurped right up the nub. We have suffered a nub coup by Reyna Chapeau. Truly living up to your evil reputation. Your evil. That's part of your claims, right? That you are evil.
I mean, morally ambiguous.
Morally ambiguous.
I would say.
Can you imagine somebody saying that about like an actual person? Not just like a character from fiction. Like, no, this person's morally ambiguous. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, like, have you seen me play The Sims?
I have not. I've seen you play Teamfight Tactics and League of Legends.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very recent thing. And then I play like Reciteer and like a few business sim games and like resource management games, and like contrary to a lot of my background and beliefs, I don't have the most ethical methods of gameplay.
See, I am very I play video games to be the good guy. So like I am gunning hard for getting good endings in Frostpunk. Like I work hard to make sure my people in Frostpunk have good lives.
I value efficiency. One time in middle school, like the school computers, like that have like random games in it.
Yeah.
So like one of the school computers had like a Roller Coaster Tycoon, And one of like my little things I liked to do in middle school playing Roller Coaster Tycoon was to make a people zoo.
Yeah, of course, of
And
course.
so like I made like these random like an absurdly long train track ride that would distribute guests into these little fenced-in
Oh my
cages.
god.
And then like I started putting like costume mascots to be the the zookeepers.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And like they like to like dance and like improve their morale. And then like I had like a lot of rules. Like for example, like if somebody felt sick from a ride, they weren't allowed to do that. So I would drop them into the lake and let them drown. Or if they needed to use the bathroom, that wasn't allowed either.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Like,
goodness.
but
Yeah,
anyway.
no, I'm such a goody two shoes in my games. I like I I am like such a like help every stranger out kind of gamer. Uh uh I guess it is time for me to get the hellos in.
Yeah, right.
Because they're piling up at this point. They are
They
piling
are.
up. They are piling up. So let's. Oh no, it's yet. I scrolled too far back and I got into yesterday's chat, and I'm small. I'm small. Of course. So, hello Seribots. Hello me. Hello Reyna Chapeau. Hello Ario Catharsis. Hello Beautiful Angel. Hello the Nando AOE. As ever, I love Nando. Hello Humter_V2. Hello C's RQ. Hello to... I've gone on too far. Blosfazar. Always hello to Blosfazar. Hello to Magnetically Motivated. And hello to Meerman 1019. And of course, hello Wande. Thank you for the small.
Collaterally squished.
And of course, hello to all of the lurkers, the soon-to-be lurkers, and the VOD watchers.
Hello.
You will see one day you'll see the green-haired one. She is just sock puppeting me, so it's actually her speaking right now. This is actually
I'm a very good showman.
absolutely. They don't call you a magician for nothing, right? That's not like
Right,
it's not like completely idle. It's not completely idle. I mean, Wanda, you actually use your channel points. You're not one of those goblins who is hoarding channel points to use it on the hydrate redeem. So. I am actually shocked that nobody hydrated me yesterday. Oh, you only hydrated. I made hydrate 99,000 points. I made my hydrate 99,000 points because I drink like 3 liters of water per stream.
Right.
Like
right,
I don't have to worry about it. I don't want
like,
people to redeem it.
We are college students.
Yeah, I don't want people to. I actually don't want people to redeem it. I was making a joke about it, and it used to be I used to have end the stream at 1 point higher. Exactly 1 point higher, and I thought that was a funny joke, but then people started actually saving up for it, and I'm like, well, now I have to make it worthwhile, because I'm a softie. I'm too much of a goody two-shoes. So now it's going to be drink an entire glass of whiskey.
Oh my god.
So...
Are you gonna be okay?
I was expecting it to happen yesterday because I was reading some of the worst fiction that's ever been written on stream.
Oh my god.
It was Eye of Argon, right?
What is it? What is it?
Eye of Argon.
I mean, I could have been worse.
I don't know what's worse than
worse.
I guess there's things that are kind of... Most of the things I can think of that are worse than Eye of Argon would get me TOS'd immediately.
But what do you mean by like worse? Like literary worse or like content wise worse?
I was thinking literary worse, but the only things I can think of that are literary worse are like are also content worse. Twilight's only worse because it's longer.
And then there's
Twilight just takes longer. Otherwise, it's not worse. Twilight.
Shades of Grey.
There are definitely... Well, I mean, that's one of those things that was kind of fun about it, right? It was like, I hadn't read it in like 15, 20 years, something like that. And it's like from a like poetry and like writing skill style, I don't actually know that there's things that are that much worse than Eye of Argon. Eye of Argon's really awful on those fronts. But like, it didn't leave me feeling completely gross. It just left me feeling confused. Like, it was just like, oh, this scene doesn't make any sense. Like, this description doesn't make any sense. This is completely incoherent. It wasn't like, 50 Shades where I'm like, wow.
Like, it makes sense, you just don't like it.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, this woman really hates women. Like,
oh yeah, word salads.
Yeah, it's very. There's a lot of. It's very word salady, and not in like even like a completely incomprehensible way. It manages to hit that line where like you're trying to make it make sense. It's not like you mentioned Noam Chomsky. Colorless green dreams sleep furiously. Right, like that's a nonsense sentence. Right, it's completely grammatically correct, but it doesn't mean anything. But like you hear it and you're just immediately like, oh, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't mean anything. Eye of Argon manages to be, like, a little bit more sensible than that to the point where it's just, like, really frustrating. And I'm an editor. Like, I'm just like, oh. I do think chat suffered worse than I did.
I still can't believe it was about... There's a lot of things that are bestsellers that shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, it's subjective. That's like, like, that's what happens when... That's called a bestseller, not like the best read.
Yeah. Oh, and we're back to normal.
Okay, let me get my hand
out of my backside.
I mean, yeah.
Let's just reorient a little bit. So there we go. Trying to get you in front of me is what I want. I don't know.
I have to do a left click.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Oh, wait, are you... Hold on, sir. Oh, you can right-click move. I didn't think about that. I was wondering how you were moving and still staying behind me.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that you could right-click move. Wow, the things I don't know. The things I don't know.
I'm something of a VTuber myself.
The things I don't know. The things I do not know. I feel like I am learning new things every single week in this world. It's kind of lovely. I like learning things.
Okay, I love learning things too.
Yeah,
like, it's fun. Like, I feel like the world wouldn't be as exciting if you don't learn something new every day.
This is why I think learning is much better than knowing. Knowing is something of a... If you know something, you don't get to learn it, and learning is the fun part.
Right. And I think, like, the unwillingness to learn is, like, the true side of lack of intelligence, in my opinion. I think, like, the willingness to learn is the enthusiasm. Like, even just, like, something mundane, I think, is, like, that's admirable. You're
so right, Blue. If you unlearn something, then you get to learn it anew again. And wouldn't that be exciting?
You're right.
Wouldn't that be exciting,
Blue? Yeah. I wish I could unlearn a lot of things.
Mura, this is not...
that I'm learning.
Nando is a, as I was mentioning before, Nando, when we were off screen, first, let me answer Mura's question. Technically, no. I have done a little bit, but I have, my attempts at knitting have been huge failures so far, so I'm bringing in Reyna to correct my technique and teach me how to do this with any degree of skill. Because I'd like to knit hats and socks for my nieces and nephews. That would be nice.
Aw, that's cute.
That'd be nice.
That'd be a little bit easier if you did if you had circular needles, but we'll get there eventually.
I just bought a basic starter kit, is where I'm currently at.
Right.
So
yeah. I mean, like the great thing about like knitting though, compared to crochet, is like you just need to know like 2 to 4 types of actions, and then like you can literally learn everything else. Like just from those foundations. Yeah.
Socks are harder but doable. To be honest, thinking about it more rationally, hats and gloves or mittens would be better. The problem with getting people socks is that you destroy your socks really fast.
Yeah. I mean, like that's usually why you have to like make like little cabin socks instead, just for indoor lounging. That way they don't get destroyed as much. Hats are good because you don't really have to size them up too much.
Scarves are obviously scarves.
Yeah, scarves are scarves.
Yeah.
Leg warmers, arm warmers, those are really nice too.
I could probably use some just for myself, to be honest. My apartment is not well insulated. I have my feet on top of a giant bottle of boiling water right now.
Oh my goodness.
Because the basement is unfinished and uninsulated. So the floor is the floor is like slightly above the outdoor temperature at best, and it's 30 degrees right now. It's definitely an insulation problem. I do have slippers,
You,
Victor. I do have slippers.
yeah. Excellent cozy.
I still have Mura. I'm still on the lease for several more months. If I am thinking about moving out of here, it will not be for several months. Because I will. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like the apartment in general. It's just very cold. Like other than the insulation, I actually really like this apartment.
I feel like being cold is like easier to fix.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, I am so much worse at dealing with being hot, and like when I get hot, I get nauseous, and I do not deal with nausea well. I'm not like good at dealing with nausea.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Like I'm like the same way. Like I'd rather be like freezing my butt off under, but like. Yeah,
like pain is relatively manageable for me. I people think I'm being like a weird tough guy about it. It's like, no, like I can suffer some pretty bad wounds and like I can manage it. Like pain is something that's in my mind. I can compartmentalize it away from other things that I'm doing and manage it. Nausea, it's just like, oh, this sucks.
Oh, no.
It sucks.
I'm pretty sure that means you have like heat stroke by then. So no, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
That starts happening to me at like 70 degrees. Like,
that's nothing. That's just like a nice like cold day.
A cold day.
That's like like
a cold day.
An ideal temperature for me is 72 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh my god, my ideal is like 50.
50? That's cold.
I'm a Midwesterner.
To me.
I'm a Midwesterner. I'm one of those Midwesterners who, growing up, I wore shorts year round. For a long time, my standard for the difference between shorts weather and pants weather was 0. 0 Fahrenheit. I have lived in areas of the country where it would spend weeks at -30.
I've never seen it go that far over.
-30 is kind of interesting because at a moment to moment basis, it feels the same as -20. Like
I've never like been in a temperature that was below 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, that's crazy to me as a person who it was frequently in the teens most of the last month, and who is like considers like 40 when I get into like, do I even need to wear long sleeves? Territory.
I saw snow once in my life, so what is snow?
I have lived in areas where I have fairly frequently had icicles come off of my beard.
Oh my gosh. I mean, like I've once fried an egg on like the sidewalk. That's
Hoomter once again calling me out for where I'm from. Yeah, I mean that also happens in the Midwest. I lived in a town for a long time where there would always be a minimum of 1 week per year that was -30 the entire week.
Oh my god.
And there would always be at least one day during the summer where the lowest temperature in a 24-hour period was over 100 degrees.
Oh my gosh.
I did not have air conditioning when I lived there. It was not great.
Oh my god, that is horrible.
It was not great. I remember sneaking into work to sleep on the couch because they had air conditioning.
I've done that before. Like, gosh, when I was in like, because in one of my workplaces, like you could like practically live in the office because like they had free snacks in a fridge, and then like they also had showers for some reason.
I've worked in places that had showers, yeah.
So like
usually for chemistry reasons, but
so like one time my air conditioner broke, so I just spent the night there, and there was like some point where I believe like I'm pretty sure one of like the people there was living in the office because like sometimes I would go to like the restroom and then like I see her in like a bathrobe, like brushing her teeth and everything. And I'm like, hello?
I worked at I did have a job for a year or two at a place that is I won't name the employer, but it suffices to say, has been involved in some extremely important scientific breakthroughs in the hard sciences. And there was a kind of joke that the physicists, like all of them had beds in their offices.
Oh my god.
Like the engineers would make fun of the physicists for just being no-lifers who like never went home. Pretty frequently.
The mood.
But yeah. No, oh my god. Well, and you told me where you went to school.
Yeah, I did.
Is that available?
Then
no.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah. No. I mean, it was like you could say the state because that will like it won't narrow down at all.
I'll leave it alone. No, you went to school. No, so you went to school in a fucking swamp. Like you went to school in like one of the worst weather areas of the country.
It was. Oh my god, there were cicadas there. A cicada once fell onto my head when I was like walking home from campus.
Hell yeah.
And it was like the worst day of my life.
You really have that much problem with cicadas?
Like, yeah, and the thing is, like, we don't have cicadas, like, in my hometown, like, where I'm living now, because, like, I was born and raised in the West Coast.
Okay. I didn't actually know that there weren't cicadas on the West Coast, because they're, like, fairly common east of the Mississippi.
Here we got, like, June bugs and seagulls, but, yeah, that's, like, like, I've never had to deal with cicadas, like, ever.
Oh, wow.
Before.
No, we've got at least... I think we've got 10 different breeds of cicadas around here that are on different cycles. And so like a couple years ago, there was a big event where the 17-year cicadas and like the 11-year cicadas lined up. And so we had this summer where like everything was just covered in cicadas.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Like, okay, like, I had like very severe entomophobia.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. That's good to know.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, like, talking about it, like, is tolerable, but, like, I can't actually, like, see them. That's, like, ugh, it's the worst. But, yeah, so, like, one of those fell onto my head, and, like, that was, yeah.
Oh, wow.
My gosh.
I kind of like cicadas. I think they're kind of pretty.
They're freaky looking, and they make weird noises.
I like the noise. I think it's really funny that that was like one of those things that did confuse me when watching anime, was that like the that cicadas are annual in Japan, and they pretty much come out like every June. So like that's like a big thing, and like Japanese summer sounds like cicadas, and it's like when you're watching an anime and you hear the cicadas in the background, that's just supposed to indicate that it's summer. Whereas like in America, like none of them are annual. Like they're all like on like a multi-year long cycle. And so like I just didn't have that association. I was just confused as hell. I was like, until like somebody explained that to me, I was completely baffled. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, nope. You
haven't played Animal Crossing?
I actually have not. Oh
my goodness.
I stopped playing consoles like before that was localized. Like I think like the last console game I played was that was like on my own console, and that I wasn't just like playing on like at a multiplayer game on somebody's couch, was Double Dash, I think.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, no, to me, consoles pretty much means like the N64 and PlayStation 1. Like, so,
I mean, those were nice ones to have. It's just that I just kept going.
Yeah. Oh, no, I became a PC gamer. I spec'd really hard into PC gaming. My brothers were the console gamers, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are like certain games, like I've like kind of like gradually got more into PC, especially once they had like the Steam Deck available.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, Steam Deck's
like the thing of like, yeah, like that's the game changer right there. But like, the reason I have a Switch is because like I could play games while lying down, being like super lazy. But like the Animal Crossing and like a few other like console exclusives, like the Switch was like ideal. Like before they had like the Steam Deck for like cozy gaming and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like Animal Crossing and like a Switch, that was like a good investment.
I mean,
like of my time, but yeah.
Quite a few of my regulars are big Animal Crossing fans, and one of my best friends, like that's like her game is Animal Crossing. Like she like doesn't really. It's like Animal Crossing and The Sims and Dwarf Fortress,
Yeah.
which makes her an incredibly hardcore gamer, by my reckoning. By my reckoning, I consider her a very hardcore gamer because she plays Dwarf Fortress casually. So, yeah, so that's, and hello, Emperor's Armpits. Yeah, I'm a Scar. I mostly associate that Japanese, I obviously associate with Higurashi no Nako Koroni.
Oh, that's a good one. The cicada anime.
The cicada anime. I always enjoyed that the animation budget on it craps out at the most dramatic moments. That always amused the hell out of me. That, like, there's like these really dramatic moments and they're at like 3 frames per second. It's wonderful. It's great. It's great. It's like this is perfect. This is the right way to use your budget.
Peak anime.
Peak anime. Peak anime. No. Actually making your anime look good, cringe.
Do you remember that cabbage cutting scene? Not in Higurashi, but like it was like a huge meme back in the day.
You're
Like
gonna have to help me
yeah.
out here, because when you say cabbage, all I can think about is Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh shoot. Here, let me see if I can find the gif of that actually. I wonder if anyone like in the chat actually knows what I'm talking about.
Probably because on average they're bigger weebs than I am.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can find this.
I absolutely became a VTuber because I wanted to do like public speaking and performing without having my face on camera. Not because I had any particular affection for anime and VTubing.
I mean, honestly, like that was also my reason, but
Yeah.
like anime was just an added bonus.
I'm not opposed to anime. I absolutely have done quite a few anime watch-alongs on my own channel, on my own Discord. I am cranky that one of my mods is proving difficult to show up because we haven't finished your boy Kongming and we're waiting on him to be there.
I love your boy Kongming.
I love your boy Kongming. I love it. Possibly the best anime opening.
Yeah. Oh my god. Like the whole. It just reminds me of like. Yeah. Like the opening song just reminds me of like all the Eurovision music that my parents would listen to when I was a kid. Like, they like nail it so perfectly.
Oh, it's because it's a Japanese translation of a Hungarian pop song.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So, but yeah, I posted.
Was it Romanian? I think it's Hungarian. Okay.
Romanian is Dragostea Dinte, I think.
Yeah. This is very funny. This is very funny. I don't recognize it.
Like a meme in the early 2000s, like when people would used to post like screen caps of like in between frames that look like kind of wonky. And are off model. Oh wow! Sidere.
Hello, Sidere. Hello, Sidere. Hold on, we are let me give the shout out to Sidere. Welcome in class. Welcome in class. You have gone from psychology class to sociology class, and we are not being focused at all. We are actually just talking about anime memes. Bobo the Mighty, thank you for the follow. What were you doing? What are you doing, Sidere? What are you doing, Sidere? I did catch a little bit of your stream, but very, very little of it. Very, very little of it. So, sounds educational to me. Let me get the hellos in. Hello, Woodsticks. Hello, Sideri, of course. Hello, Astral Atropos. Hello, welcome in again, Caesar Q. Hello, Teyu the Goat. And hello, Something Stochastic. That's a good name. I like Something Stochastic as a name. But what were you up to? What were you up to, Sideri? I love Sideri. I love Sideri. People who like me on the educational theory side of things should enjoy Sideri because she is still working. She is still in graduate school, which means she's actually thinking about her work and actually up to date on things, as opposed to me, who's dropping like 20-plus-year-old out of date information on you that I half remember. So
honestly, same.
I mean, I do still read academic work. It's just actually I only read academic history at this point. I've gone far from my roots. Your V Theorem's Gen 1.5.
Ooh.
I'm getting tripped up on having a Gen 1.5, but 1.5 debut. So we were doing a watch along and then yapping with the new. Oh, that's very sweet. That's very good.
Cool.
That's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. I hope you had a lovely time, Sideri. If you need to raid and run because it is about 10 p.m. for you, I think.
Jeez.
She's British. Unfortunately. She has been cursed. She has been cursed. She has been
There
cursed.
could be worse things.
She has been exiled to the benighted island. Nicholas Flom, thank you for the follow. But yes, it is 9 or 10 p.m. for you. I think 10, closer to 10. So if you need to get raid and run, have absolutely go ahead. I know that we all tend to raid out when we're getting tired and sleepy and hungry. 9:44. Yeah, so I was closer to 10. 10 was the more accurate one. 10 was closer to true. Could be French. That would be a reveal. That would be a reveal. That would be a reveal. But yes. Thank you, Nicholas Flom, for coming in. Yes, I was about to say. Usually, this is my recollections. That usually do a late dinner. Rico Kumai, thank you for the welcome in. I should say welcome in. But yes, I am joined here today by Reyna Chapeau. At some point, we are going to knit. At some point, we are going to knit. I am subjecting her. I have pinned her channel because she is over on the YouTubes. I have pinned. I am forcing her to suffer through the Twitch tradition of Zatsudaning for like an hour before you do anything. And having no focus on your streams.
There's some YouTubers who do that too, so it's fine, and I'm enjoying the conversation. I mean, it is your channel, yeah. So you are in command of the agenda here.
That's true. I do get to set the like Comrade Stalin. I get to set the agenda. But yeah. But yes, welcome in everybody. I didn't actually introduce myself at all. I am Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology who is now a VTuber, and I do mostly calligraphy for my channel. If you want to watch me do calligraphy, I'll be doing that Monday. Cyrex Machina, you were apparently very interested. Thank you for the follow. I do calligraphy on Mondays, and I play quite a few video games, and I have people come on and talk about books that changed their life. And that's what I do. I'm a big goddamn nerd. I am prepping a lecture on gender in ancient Sumeria.
Whoa!
Yeah, well, actually, more broadly, the Bronze Age. There's actually a lot of I actually really like this topic. Because it's so strange. It's so different than what we're used to, and I love it so much. And so, that was one of the subathon rewards, was that chat picks a redeem. Oh my goodness, Yumi's-chan.
Yumichi-chan. I mean, Chi-san.
Yumichi-san, yeah. Thank you for gifting the 5 subs to the community. If you're one of the people who got a gift sub, please be sure to thank Yumichi-san and enjoy your tanks.
Level 2 hype train.
Yeah, the scam train. We got the scam train going. Honestly, I have been here for years. I have been here for almost 2 years, and I still don't understand what hype trains are about. I still don't get what the deal is. I know there's something.
It's a form of social engineering to influence your chat to donate more, because number go up, and it's really cool, and you get like emotes as a superficial reward for it, but also you get money.
I know there's something like that. There's something like that. There's some I won't internalize until I actually understand the mechanics. Green Gods, welcome in.
Look at that. See, like that. And just like that, right there. Thank you for the demonstration, Blafazar.
Thank you, Blafazar. I was superficially socially engineered. Blafazar. Just a brief moment to glaze my homies, to pump up my homies. Blafazar is one of my VTuber brothers. He's a VTuber brother of mine, and he's a lovely gentleman. He's a lovely gentleman who works very, very hard, and suffers incredibly long driving trips across the US, and plays a lot of very long video games that are much more streamery than me. Oh my god, Yumichi-san, thank you for the 500 bits. Because of the way I do things. Normally, if I was doing a calligraphy stream, I would do calligraphy for you for that. I'm not doing it right now, but I will. If you want to DM me and commission a calligraphy from me, I will oblige, Yumichi-san. But DM me on Discord. Discord. I say with a very fake Russian accent, as if I speak any Russian at all. Which I've been demonstrated many times on this channel to not speak, because there's like 3 Russian speakers in my regulars. So one of them keeps on getting me to do calligraphy of like Russian phrases in like English language calligraphy, and it is a struggle. It is a struggle. It is a real struggle. That language was not the way that you do calligraphy in English is not designed for Russian at all. The letter forms are not. I'm not there.
I've seen Russian cursive.
Oh, yeah. It's cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool stuff. Have you ever seen Chinese cursive?
There's Chinese cursive.
You probably have, actually. Like if you've ordered at a Chinese restaurant and you get back like can you read it in Chinese or Japanese?
I can read Japanese and a bit some kanji. I know some Chinese through osmosis from like my grandparents.
No, Chinese cursive night mind. If you blue is Chinese American, and it's pretty illegible.
Yeah, no, I know what this is. I've seen this before.
It's
it looks like doctor handwriting.
Yumichi-san, those channel point numbers are based on historic events.
Yeah.
They're based on historic events. So the Dark and the Light 622, that's the Hajj. Small Mantas and Tall Mantas are just based on 1000. 1076 and 1066 are 1066 is Hastings, I believe, and 1076 is going to be Wang Ansho's new policies. Toggle glasses is the Treaty of... No, that's the fall of the Ming Dynasty, and the toggle coat is the Treaty of Westphalia. Stamford Bridge. No, Stamford Bridge and you're right, Stamford Bridge. You're right, it's Stamford Bridge. Yeah. It is Stamford Bridge. You're correct. Thank you. Emperor's Armpits. I think actually I chose that one because it was the start date for the old Crusader, for one of the Crusader Kings starts. Rather than the actual historical event. This is what happens. This is what happens when I try to be nice. When I try to be nice to chat. They trick me. They trick me. They trick me into admitting to wrongs that I didn't actually commit because I'm trying to keep things moving. Emperor's Armpits has known me for too long. He knows how to trick me. He knows how to lead me into a trap.
That's how you know. That's how you know that they're dedicated and that they're paying attention to you.
True. That's true.
Your birth year is in 1066. Wow. So
so I'm not the oldest person here. I'm not the oldest person here. That's always nice. That's always nice.
Yeah.
I've disabled a couple of the redeems because they're really disruptive and don't play well with being on stream, with having a collab, I should say. That's the word I was looking for. So like History Story is 1776. Workouts are 1796 for the French Revolution. Right. Something. They're historic dates. They're historic dates. Yeah, you're not the first person to get annoyed by that, but yeah, they are based on dates in history.
I love that, actually. That's really clever.
Yeah. It does seem to annoy people more than it informs them, to be honest, though. I know, like, one of my regulars is like, I definitely spend less channel points because it annoys the shit out of me.
Like, what do you mean it's not a multiple of 5?
Which, like, is going to get messed up anyway because I have a 1-point channel redeem. So, like, it's all going to get messed up. Like, unless you never use the present redeem, like, you're going to mess it up. Like, and so far, nobody has called me out for having my hello be 1/10 as expensive as my goodbye.
Maybe they just looked at it and was like, yeah, seems fair.
Seems fair. Hello, Night Mind Zero. iPop, that's very funny. All redeems must be powers of 2. That would be very funny. That would be very funny.
Yeah.
The person who would be the best for that would be Clonk, but Clonk is Clonk's redeems are all like 1 point.
Yeah.
Clonk just lets you redeem constantly and extremely spammily. Clonk's chat's just a nightmare of redeems. It's great.
You can easily come in, but leaving will call. Like Hotel California.
Yeah. Well, it's like going into a parking garage, right?
Oh my god, you're right. Unless like you leave immediately.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Cyrillic cursives. Oh no, is this another Russian speaker? Oh no,
Oh,
how am I accumulating Russians? I don't speak any Russian. My Japanese is much better than my Russian, which is not very good. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
What about powers of E? Powers of E would be very difficult because they don't let you enter non-integers into the channel points.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
I apologize,
Oh, shit.
Nightmind. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. I was just gambling on Cyrillic.
Oh, shit. I'm not rescuing you.
I don't expect to be rescued. I don't expect to be rescued for this one. I will suffer the consequences of my intransigence. I'll simply tolerate this.
Okay, well, you lost.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We've got to. Yeah, I'm cooked, chat. I'm cooked. All right. Allow additional votes at 55. There. There we go. Thank you, Nightmind. Thank you, Nightmind, for the coat toggle.
Yeah, because you're about to be cooked, so we gotta get you comfortable.
Oh my goodness! Oh my
Gosh.
goodness! Ah, Jesus Christ! Oh, you're joining me in the cultlessness. Thank you.
I mean,
That's
do I have any choice?
It's solidarity. It's solidarity. You do not have a choice about the small. You don't have a choice about getting squished. You will get squished. That's not a choice. That one is happening. That one is happening, regardless of whether or not you want it. See, this is the thing. Like you say that you would not be able to tolerate this, but I love this. I love this stuff. I think this is funny.
All in good spirit.
I am into this stuff. I think it's very funny. I do wonder. So, like, I don't know. I only started watching VTubers shortly before I became a VTuber. And, like, I always watched, like, Twitch indie VTubers. Was, like, what I always watched. I got a really, really bad case of COVID. And I, like, couldn't even, like, read a book or, like, watch a movie. So I had to watch, like, the most mindless entertainment I could, which was, people playing, Valorant and Apex. Like the most mindless thing, the most mindless type of entertainment. And then I decided to become one myself, because I like, if I get into something, I'm like, oh yeah, I need to like do this. Like I can't like just sit here. I can't observe. I need to do.
Yeah.
So like, there's very much a thing that I notice with like Twitch VTubing where a huge percentage of it is bullying the streamer. Like a huge percentage of it. Is that like still true on YouTube, or is there less of it over there?
I think it depends on like the channel, honestly, and like the streamer. It's like everyone's communities are very like unique and different, and like I think like based on like the way you do thumbnails and format like your uploads and streams, it's like you kind of like attract viewers that are the same as yourself, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, because I mean, it definitely varies by community here. I'm just going like, if I do a census of communities, right? If I do a census of communities, is this a community where people bully the streamer? Would be a preponderance. Would be like, I'd say like, if we limit it to VTubers, I'd probably say like 70%. Of Twitch channels are ones where like that's the norm.
I think like some Flesh streamers also have that vibe though.
Yeah, I just don't know enough about the Flesh streamers. The Flesh streamers are an unfamiliar country to me.
Well, like because like before VTubers, I usually watched faceless streamers and Let's Players. So like so I guess it's like the same vibe, you know. It's just that people have a stand-in communal bullying while picking on chat, while picking on streamer, as long as it's fun. Yeah, I mean, like, some playful ribbing is okay.
Sorry, I just noticed. Yeah, so 100% of voters said that I cannot recover from this. 6 of the 11 votes were cast by Night Mind by himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I have a pretty low bullying. I have a pretty low bullying community. They're pretty nice to me. They seem to want me to actually win games, which is weird, which is very strange. I'm constantly surprised by the fact that they are not rooting for my continuous downfall. And like I've talked to like streamer friends of mine, and they've been like, "It was not a gamble. It was a vote. That was not a gamble at all. That was a vote.
Yeah.
That was just a vote. that was just a poll."
Have low bullying community until you play Dark Souls, but that's like the spirit of Dark Souls.
Reyna, do you know about my Dark Souls playthrough?
No, but I'm curious. Did like they just invade your games and like keep killing you?
No. I was played entirely offline. Yeah, no.
I don't know.
I am the worst.
How bad is?
I am the worst Dark Souls player.
It's okay. I am too.
Yeah, no. It's me. It's specifically me. I died 123 times in the tutorial.
That's.
She peeked. I don't know what she said.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, like, people have their own strengths and weaknesses. Like, sorry, my voice cracked a bit because not for any reason.
Not for any reason. Completely unrelated.
Yeah.
Almascar, the important part is that I'd never raged. I did not rage the entire time. The only tilting was when I realized that I couldn't pause the game, because then I couldn't pause for ad breaks. That made me mad. Everything else I was completely calm for. I had a great time. Emperor's armpits and Mura Sensei were dying. Apparently one of my mods had a nervous breakdown in voice chat. in my Discord voice chat, so
maybe you should have a Dark Souls stream, but like the heart rate monitor is tied to chat.
Oh, that'd be very funny. Yeah, the heart rate monitor is tied to chat. I think I can talk with Clonk about how I could implement that. How would that work? Well, like the sociology of that, right? Like the non-technical element of that. The non-technical element of that would be like, I guess like people could redeem a channel point to have it go up, and then like redeem have a different redeem to cause it to go down.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. Like a
and
stress meter.
And maybe have it like decay to decay back to an average of like 60.
Yeah.
Like a 60 resting heart rate. Well, I guess actually 80 is probably more normal resting heart rate.
I mean, it could be worse. You could be like that reporter with the Cuphead tutorial.
Oh, yeah. Oh no, Blue would definitely be first spamming. It would absolutely be force spamming. I might want to make it so like a personal cooldown of like 10 seconds or something like that. Or maybe 1 minute. But yeah, that would be funny. That would be funny. I still need to get a heart rate monitor. I'm kind of curious because like I've got a I check my heart rate just because like I'm an old man and it's important to check your medical vitals, but like it's only like my resting heart rate. I don't actually know what my heart rate is like when I'm like gaming. Don't really know what those are like. Yeah, slow mode for there's a bunch of ways you can do it, Blue. There's a bunch of options. Because
Apple Watch, an Aura Ring, or a Whoop. Whoops are nice.
Well, I mean, I am a runner, so I'd probably get a chest one, because like why would I spend for just this when I could also have it for running and see if I'm actually doing a good job at my running. Yeah, I just need to buy it.
Yeah.
I just need to buy it. But yeah, I'd be kind of curious to see. It would be really funny to see if it's like if I stay at like a steady like 70 the entire time I'm playing Dark Souls. But yeah, no, I could. It might be helpful for me to know that just
write it off your taxes. Yeah.
The trouble is like this is one of those things like Reyna, have you tried that? tried to like use your VTubing as an itemized deduction?
Well, I did some research on that, and I think you do have to make like an income threshold for it to be counted as like a personal business, but instead, like I would have to file it as like income made by a hobby because I don't make enough income to like write off like things I buy for VTubing stuff as like a reduction until like I make a certain amount of money. Yeah.
Well, and also, I mean, it's not worth doing the itemized deduction unless your itemization exceeds $8,000.
Exactly. Well, that too.
Which is like, that's like, VTubing is kind of expensive, but like spending $8,000 per year is like
insane. Yeah.
That's like a lot. Like that's difficult. Well, because I mean, Blue, you can just take the standard deduction and then it's 8,000.
Yeah.
So like, unless it's more than 8,000, it's not even worth doing. Hello, Nyano. Hello, Nyano. I love Nyanomancer. I'm gonna give you the shout out, buddy. And I will not kick you out immediately today. I will not kick you out with it. Nyano came by yesterday while I was playing a game that I want him to play. And so as soon as he showed up in chat, he just goes, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out right now. just get out. 1,000 Exorcist. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. One of my favorite games of all time. Instant favorite. Instant favorite. Incredible. Yeah, no, Nano's a cool cat. A cool, literal cat. Not literally cool, figuratively cool, but literally cat. Oh yeah, no, okay, so VTubing is, and hello, Doc Rect. VTubing is a higher barrier of entry than some types of streaming.
Yeah.
It is a higher barrier of entry, particularly compared to completely faceless.
Yeah, faceless is
intrinsically cheaper.
Yeah.
And face camming is like the minimum for doing face cam is going to be cheaper. Hello, Fear Dark. If you get like really into doing face cam streaming, and you want to be like really professional while doing face cam streaming, it suddenly gets really expensive. There's a break point where face cam streaming becomes extremely expensive because you're doing like an entire studio that you're streaming from. So that's like that gets really expensive. But up until the moment you do that, it's not a big deal. It's pretty cheap. Yeah, so VTubing is, I think, usually slightly more expensive than others because, like...
It depends.
It depends. I got away with murder. My model plus rigging was like $1,000.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking good for what I got. That's really good for what I got. I feel like I got away with murder. VTubing does put some strain on the computer. That was actually a problem with 1000 Resist, is that the game is not well optimized, so I can't run the game and VTube Studio and OBS at the same time.
Dang.
It's just like like all of them are CPU heavy processes, and also Vbridger. I am also on Vbridger, so it's like
okay,
so when I'm playing that, I'm on PNG. I PNG it up. But
I mean, nothing wrong with that,
yeah. But I mean, if you do PNG tubing, it's really nothing. Yeah, Nano, I'm waiting for the fans to come in for my to fix my old gaming PC, to do the 2PC setup. I like the 2PC setup. And I was a PNG tuber for like a year before I was on model. So yeah, no, PNG's fine. PNG's extremely respectful.
Yeah, I started as a PNG, and nowadays like they even have a free to use models and or like at least like affordable like pre-made models that you can customize.
Yep.
So it's like it's great. Like right now it's like you have a lot of tools to just start for very low to see if you like it. Yeah.
And there's I mean, I will say we're now onto like the inevitable. This happens like almost every single time I'm in a collab with VTubers, and even sometimes when I'm not in a collab. Uncle Al's advice for starting in VTubing, as if I'm like a big, super successful VTuber. But I do have a really important piece of advice that I'm always going to stand by. If you are thinking about doing this, do it.
Yes.
Do it. Do not
just do it.
Just do it. Do not talk yourself into the mindset of, I can't start streaming until I have a really good model and a good setup and blah, blah, blah.
I need to debut. You don't need that.
Don't.
I've never debuted.
People will absolutely tolerate somebody debuting. My debut was like slightly after my 1-year anniversary. like, like, no, like people don't give a crap.
Yeah.
That is like they use the term in a completely insane way to me, a normal English speaker. Debut is something completely different.
Yeah.
I started streaming on a Vroid that I made in an afternoon.
Aww.
Like, it is very retired because it was on a completely different design and everything than I'm currently on. I have thought about making a Vroid based on my current model, but I think I'd rather just pay a $50 or $100 for somebody who's actually good at Vroid.
Right.
But yeah, like a PNG can be like $30. People will actually kind of enjoy it if you do like a really charming, awful model. My Oshi, Cali Calico, started with a like a Neko arc that had just a couple of like color palette switches. like a slightly so
one of my friends started as like a literal clip art. That was great. And then now he's like he's one of like, he has like a really good following now.
Yeah, it's like the important part. The thing, this is the reason why I say all this is that if you, the worst case scenario, from my perspective, the worst case scenario is that you put in all this time and effort into the setup and all this money into setting up, and then you hate it when you start.
Exactly.
That's the nightmare. That's the nightmare scenario. That is the nightmare scenario. I will also kind of so like that's the thing I'm trying to talk people out of is like, see if you enjoy being on camera and being on stream.
Exactly.
Yeah. Turns out I love it more than I expected to. Like, turns out I actually fucking love it. But like you really want to see if this is something you actually enjoy. Not just that like other people you like do this thing and so you want to be like them.
Right.
Like it is perfectly fine to just watch the football game if you don't actually like playing football. Like it is not dishonorable behavior. It's fine.
Exactly.
But don't like don't invest a lot into something that it turns out you hate, because the main thing you do, right? 90% of it, right, Reyna, is like you're talking to an empty room.
Right, exactly.
That's like 90%.
You have to be okay with that.
You have to be okay
even
with
when you have even when you have a few following, you'll start be talking to an empty room because like your chat's going like at 90 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And like barely keep up with it. So like then you'd have to get those skills again to talk to yourself. You know?
Absolutely. No. Like it's the skill doesn't actually change that much. Like what between like talking to an empty room versus talking to chat, it's actually not that different. Ambrosia Honeypot, so thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's not fundamentally that different. It's and like again, like you're going to be in your room by yourself, and you're going to be talking. And Woodsticks, I had an idea, but I was wrong. I had an idea and I was wrong. As I have streamed, I have learned how to. I've learned that I have a style that is not the style I thought I had. The person who got me to make the jump from watching streamers to streaming myself was Cleo IT. Do you know Cleo, Reyna?
No, I don't.
Okay. She's pretty big on Twitch, but I don't think she has any real footprint outside. I don't know if she has any real footprint outside of Twitch, but she's a history professor. She actually was a history professor and then started making more money as a VTuber than as a history professor, and then got fired from her history department, and now she's just a full-time streamer. But she's a history professor, and she's like, compared to the other people I was watching, she was really calm. She was really erudite and really intellectual, and it was like, this was the first streamer I was really watching that wasn't like a 24-year-old goblin. Like most of the streamers I was watching were like, absolute goblins playing Apex and Valorant and Overwatch, who are making lots of like sussy jokes and just being absolutely chaotic. And she was the first person I watched who was like being intellectually engaged and like old with her chat. And so I was like, oh, I can do this. There's a demand for this. I can do this. And she plays Paradox games. That's probably the reason why you don't really think about her. If you know Paradox gamers, she's one of the bigger ones. She's she plays like mostly Europa Universalis and Crusader Kings.
Ah!
So yeah, those kind of games.
Love those games.
The map painting games, that's why I started playing. One of my first weeks streaming, I streamed 70 hours of Victoria 3. Yeah, Emperor's Armpits has been here since that was like my main content, but oh yeah, she's not been playing EU4 in a while. Okay, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, I don't think you really care that much because it doesn't suit me as a streamer very well. There's like a speaking style that you have as a streamer. There's a voice you have as a streamer, and like they work better with different games. They work better with different games. Wait, hold on. Did Wise say that he wasn't?
What?
Might sound crazy. No, Wise is upsettingly attractive. So I'm not going to say more about that right now. But yeah. So yeah, Emperor's Armpits is right. I would play EU4, and the game was actually kind of a distraction from me doing the Zatsu. It was kind of stupid. Me just talking about history or playing games that allow more space for talking are usually better. That for my style. But yeah, like you'll learn these things if you start streaming. You'll learn these things about yourself. I recommend just starting. Even some people who you think are really big didn't start very big.
Yeah.
I know Mitara is on the record as being like she spent like months talking to nobody when she started.
Iron Mouse.
Iron Mouse, yeah, which is like like thinking about can you imagine being one of the people who's like known Iron Mouse since she was on like 2 viewers?
Oh my gosh,
like,
crazy.
like I get people being like, "Wow, you've grown so much," and it's like, I suppose, but also like, there are big numbers. Sometimes the numbers can get very large in this world,
right?
But yeah. Oh, all right. That sounds like a good time to move over.
Should we start knitting?
Yeah, should we start knitting? I will actually say I am going to take a quick bathroom break, and then when we come back, we'll be knitting.
Okay, right. I can entertain them if you don't.
I was going to put it on the fan art gallery.
Oh, okay.
I was going to put it on the fan art gallery. So enjoy the fan art. I actually added 4 or 5 more ones since the last time. So enjoy the fan art. Okay, hold on. I've got... There we go. There's Reyna's hand cam, and there's my hand cam.
You might want to... Why is mine upside down?
Yours is upside down because I think it's cute to be able to look like we're across the table from each other.
Oh, very adorable.
That's
very
why.
cute. I was like, did I do something wrong with my setting?
No. I rotated 180 degrees on my end. No, you're fine. You're fine. Look. I think it's cute. I think it's very cute. So, all right. So, I got my needles, which are thinner than yours. You got chonkers.
Not by too much. You said you had 5 millimeters?
Yeah, 5 mil. Yours are 7. That's not that big a difference.
That's not too bad. Yeah, it's not that big of a difference. It only just looks like chonky, but it should be fine.
I think that mostly just tells me that you've got tiny hands.
Yeah. They're dexterous.
Dexterous, yes. For working in the looms, in the mines. Yeah, cinema roll. Yeah, cinema roll.
Yeah, cinema roll. My phone stand is also cinema roll. No guess as to what my favorite mascot is. It's Retzko. But
I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Retzko.
Yeah, it is actually. But they don't have a lot of Retzko merch, so.
A shame. They're missing out. People like red pandas.
Red pandas and overworked office workers. So
that's true, and death metal. The middle-aged office workers yearn for the death metal.
Yeah. Are you trying to like shave the wood off your knitting needles like chopsticks?
No, I'm just tapping them. You're just tapping them? Okay. Because somebody asked if we're knitting or crocheting, and I do have a crochet hook, but this was knitting.
Yeah, this is knitting. There's different things. So, you said that you tried learning ages ago about knitting, so I'm just kind of trying to leap off of like what you know already. Do you know how to like start the piece, like how to cast on and get the yarn on the needle?
Hold on, I need to remember how to do getting the yarn on. And hello from nowhere_1818. The ingredients for the perfect show.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah,
this is
the
part
first one, it's the same as crochet. You just the first one you do a slip knot.
Okay, let me see if I can remember how to do a slip knot, because
It's like you make a little pretzel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. So I start with an overhand.
Yeah.
Hold on. That's okay. No, I start with an overhand. So I do an overhand. Okay. So I've got an overhand. Oh, just do an overhand and just slip it on.
Yeah, just slip it on. It's just a slip knot. Yeah.
Okay.
That's like the first one.
Yep. And then I mount up here and I go like this.
It has to be, it's going to be on the right hand needle.
Yeah.
First. And then we're going to do...
I'm actually... Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm looking at your... So I'm holding the right hand needle.
This is why I asked, are you sure you want that upside down?
No, because I'm looking at your screen share, so I'm not looking at... Yeah. I'm looking at your screen share, so...
Yeah.
Not my own show.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we're going to cast on. And that's when you see, like... CO on a pattern, that doesn't mean like carbon monoxide or Colorado. It means cast on.
Okay.
So you're gonna take like the long piece of the yarn, and then you're gonna make a loop.
Okay.
Like this. And then you're just gonna insert the needle and then pull it, and it will kind of like make a little loop like this. And you don't have to do it too tight, because we're going to be like inserting the other needle into these loops later.
Right.
So you want some flexibility in there. And then we're just going to do a swatch. We're going to just make a few squares based on like the patterns I teach you. So we'll just do like an even number, like let's say 12, 16, something like that.
Start with 12. So
okay,
so this is 1, or is this 2?
This is 2. So this this is 2.
Okay, so we've got 2 on right now, so that's the third one that you just put on.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure
3.
I'm counting the correct way. So 3.
Yeah.
4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Oops. I'm not casting evenly. I'm gonna undo some of mine.
9. 10.
I had to redo mine because I casted poorly. Apologies.
It's okay.
So we're going up to 12. So that's 4.
Yeah.
Oop. 5. Whoop.
Yeah, and it's okay. It doesn't have to be like super perfect because we're just making swatches and learning.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so gauge isn't going to be as important.
7, 8, 9, 10. Whoop. Miss. 10, 11. I miss again. Very foolish.
Okay.
12 and 12. There we
Yeah,
go.
perfect. Okay, so important thing is to make sure that when you start out that you kind of see like it formed a line here.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure this doesn't get twisted.
Okay, don't let it get
So,
twisted.
yeah.
Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, so like it should be like always facing like the bottom part of the piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So the piece you're working on, so the ones with the loops already, goes on the left hand.
Okay. So transfer over.
I'm pretty sure it's the reverse if you're doing like left-handed knitting, but
I'm right-handed,
so that's
so-
I learned. Yeah.
Thank heavens. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
And hello, Reyna.
Hello. So we're going to learn. There are 2 fundamental types of stitches or actions in knitting.
Mhm.
The first is knitting.
Okay.
A knit, and then the second one is purl, which we'll do after we like get comfortable with like the knitting portion. So we're gonna learn how to knit first, like literally how to knit.
Okay.
So we take the other needle on the right, and then we see the sleeve here.
Mhm.
You're going to go under this loop, and make sure the right needle is under the left needle, like when you see these points here.
Okay. Hold on. I might need to see the reverse of what you're doing, because there's quite a bit of action happening on the underside. You might need to hold it upside down for a second here for me to see what's happening. Okay. So we're just pulling through the one here.
Yeah,
not
the one.
Yeah. Okay.
And
There's
then,
the topmost.
you did perfect. Yeah. Now
The
you're
bare
gonna
minimum
take-
I can pull through. Okay, that's what I was wondering about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then from there, you take the long part of the yarn,
Mhm.
and then you're gonna wrap it around the needle on the right hand, so it's like between both needles.
Okay.
And you're approaching from like the left part.
Hold on. Let me take a look. I just have to look here a little bit. So. Don't hold it upside down. Don't hold it upside down. Hold it the way
I'm
you're...
not holding it upside.
Oh.
I'm holding it normally.
Okay. I am okay, hold on. So So you're
So you take the yarn. So
Yep.
and then here.
Okay. Oh, okay. So like that.
Yeah, you got it. And then using the right needle, it's kind of like crochet. You just push it through the loop like that, and then you take it. It should like kind of slip off.
Yeah.
And it's transferred into your right needle.
Okay. And then squeeze a little bit there, and so now I've got it. Like that?
It should have made like kind of like a little link here. Does it have that? I can't see. It's a little crunchy.
It's a little crunchy. It was a little crunchy, and it's a little bit hold on a second. Let's refocus the camera. Let's
Compression gloves, Reyna knows. That's because I've got arthritis.
Arthritis. Making me look like a fake old man who's probably not going to get arthritis until I'm about 70 or so.
It looks like you might have just transferred the loop into the right loop.
Okay, hold on.
Did you pull the yarn through it? Yeah.
Let's just reset it.
Just frog it and recast it. Yeah.
Reset it, recast it. So
yeah.
Come up through here. And then you said I am...
Yeah. So take the long piece of the yarn, and then like move it over the right needle. Yeah, like that. So it's between the left needle and right needle. And then you just pull it around.
Pull it around like that, or pull it around like that?
Like that. Like the second one.
Okay.
Yeah. And then using that, you're going to use the right needle to push like that loose piece of yarn through the loop.
Okay.
Kind of like crocheting.
Which I haven't learned. This is.
Oh, you haven't learned?
No, I'm learning knitting first.
Okay, step 2. All right, hit me up, because like crochet is also like one of my other hobbies. I do a lot of crochet hand streams, actually. It's like probably like my equivalent of calligraphy.
Okay, so I see.
Is there a little like loop here?
This would have been
There should be-
easier if I had done this with thicker yarn. For you
You
to
might
see.
want to, yeah. I'm squinting. Sorry, hold on.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Do you want me to get it even closer and refocus it again?
Can you like give a? Can you like do like a little another angle? I guess.
Another angle.
Yeah, like whoops.
Oh, that's covered by me.
Yeah, I'm like. Are you like? Oh, I wish I could enter it. I wonder if it's because you're doing it tightly. Maybe that's what it is. That's why I can't really tell.
It's hard to
It's hard to tell because you're not supposed to pull the needles so far apart. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Okay. Let's.
Okay. Do you want to like start over?
Yeah. I mean, doing it.
yeah,
Casting is easy. Casting is easy.
Yeah, casting. Oh, you got that part. You know where to start at least.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Generally have pretty decent motor skills.
Yeah.
My posture right now is pretty awful, so it's
okay. It's okay. We gotta like get the camera.
So, and then I pull through. Hold up, I think I didn't catch it right there. I didn't catch it properly.
Okay. And then
Pull it, and then
yeah. So maybe if I do it in a different angle.
I'm just gonna watch. I'm just gonna watch.
Yeah. So if you.
I feel crazy because I feel like I've done this correctly before. It's not this part that I get thrown by.
Yeah. So you can see like this piece of yarn here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little bit fuzzy, but I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know how to autofocus this, but you just take the right needle and you just kind of like push it through. You just push it through the loop, and then you just kind of slide it off like this.
I feel like I may have been pushing through the. And now my
Oh yeah. I think that is
thing's
what
twisted.
it is. That you're doing it right, but then finish by pulling it too much. You kind of got to be a bit loose because the main difference between crochet and knitting, knitting uses a lot less yarn, and the reason for that is because the end result is more soft and pliable, so it's better for wearables and things like that.
Okay.
Whereas crochet has like a bit more stability, so it's like good for like housewares and plushes and things like that, but like, and it uses a lot of yarn as a result. So like, you kind of have to be a bit gentle with the yarn, and the same goes for crochet too. Like, let the needles do the work, not your hands. That's how you get arthritis, like me, if you like, because I learned that too late.
Oh, interesting. I thought arthritis was primarily determined by like genetics.
It's also like repetitive motions and not like proper with ergonomics.
Okay.
Yeah, you are pulling a bit tight, so you just need to be a little like loose-handed with it.
Roger.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Well, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. I just dissolved it.
Oh yeah. You'll get it. It's fine.
I did it wrong. I just completely dissolved it. Okay. So, because yeah, I was just going off of a WikiHow tutorial. This part I could do before. I don't know what's wrong with my brain right now. Okay, so.
Oh yeah, it could be the cast on. We might have done it on like the wrong side.
That's possible. I will feel very silly because that's the part I thought I had right. There it transferred. I see a loop.
I think so. I think that's kind of.
Oh, that's super.
What do you
That's
think,
super
Chat?
crunchy. That's super crunchy.
Yeah. What do you think, chat? Does that look about right from your perspective? It's a little crunchy on my end, but I think he might have gotten it. It's a little bit on the tight side, but I think he got it. Yeah.
Crunched it. I think it's like super tight to me. I do see the loop.
Yeah, maybe try a second knit for now.
Okay.
So I just did it right now, but I think like once you like go through like a few rows, you kind of and see what the end result is supposed to look like.
Okay.
It'll kind of become more intuitive because that's what I had to do when I was learning.
Okay. I can say, unfortunately for chat, that I can tell that I can't do proper ergonomics while staying on camera. So this is going to be a sometimes food until I figure out a different camera setup. Which I need to do anyway. My hand cam setup definitely needs some
yeah,
work.
when I saw you setting it up, it was a little precarious and it made me nervous.
I mean, it literally fell. The camera literally fell while we were doing pre-setup. I need a new 1/4-inch screw. That I need as a bare minimum. That's like $1. I need a 1/4-inch.
Right, a said coming. Yeah, honestly, like the first edging knit is always going to be awkward. It's gonna kind of look funky all the time.
Oh,
so
maybe I had been doing it right, and it just looked so bad that I was like, no, this can't be right.
Yeah, and I think it's also because you were doing it kind of tightly, so all I could see is just a random knot, and like, yeah, it looks like you're getting it though. So like, I guess if we keep doing rows, how does like maybe we'll do a 12x12, so like 12 rows of these, or a 12x6?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, pulling a little bit tight there. I mean, I like frequent feedback, so a 12 by at the 6 mark, I'll probably want to do a check-in.
Yeah. And unless you need to like count your stitches or what have you, feel free to chat.
Yeah,
talk about anything.
Absolutely.
Learn Continental and enjoy it much better. I want to learn. This is not unrelated, but I wanted to learn a 10 cm crocheting. That looked interesting.
10 cm. So what does this cm here mean?
10 cm. I think it was 10 cm.
Huh.
It's like a merge of crochet and knitting, because like one end of like is like the crochet hook, and then the other end is like the knitting needle point, and then you kind of do both. It's really cool.
Interesting. Yeah. No, the chat. The problem I'm having is that the way my desk is positioned, it's forcing my elbows up higher than my body wants them to be for these motions.
Yeah, I have to like be in a little awkward position too when I do like hand cam stuff.
It depends a lot on the hand cam too. Like for because I do calligraphy is my main one, and I've got a setup that I would describe as mediocre for that. And then then I've got this is forcing my left elbow like 3 inches higher than it should be. Just like the physical desk itself. Maybe I can make it a little bit better by just moving the camera back a little bit. That might help.
I mean, I kind of like worked up to the setup because like I bought like I started with one of those like overhead lecture cameras that's like 30 frames per second.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it did the job for me because like it was at least stable, you know. And then I upgraded to a Elgato face cam, and then I got like a tabletop mount from online. That it was like
redo that one. That one didn't work at all.
Pretty stupid. Yeah. I mean, I think you picked it up. Like the great thing about knitting is that it's pretty much one thing or two things.
Just that one I needed to recast because it just failed completely. No, nope. Now we're in trouble. Now we're in trouble.
Okay,
now we're in trouble.
Okay, I guess. Do you want to like? I guess you can frog it and start from the beginning.
I was just gonna start it all over. Yeah.
Yeah.
We weren't very deep, so.
Yeah. That's the good thing. We can do the first row as many times as you need. But yeah,
I am always kind of impressed by the like. So like I'm currently using my iPhone as my camera for streaming as my hand cam, because I got it for face cam purposes for the tracking. And it turns out that it just absolutely despises my face.
Oh no.
It causes so many problems. It seems that the iPhone does not think I have a face.
It could be the lighting.
It could be the lighting. I think it might. I mean I don't think it's because I wear glasses. That doesn't sound right.
I mean, hold on. There's a bit of an immersion break here, but
Oh yeah.
yeah.
So I was actually at MagFest and met a bunch of VTubers, and we of course did the very like middle school thing of trading glasses. The worst vision was definitely Mod Clonk. Holy crap. Holy crap, her vision's terrible.
Was it like thick?
She has really bad astigmatism, and she's like like -12 or something.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know it could go that far.
Yeah, like I was like, oh my god. Like I'm like -6. So I'm like really bad.
Oh yeah, mine is like 3. So it's not -3, it's not bad. Yeah,
so if I take off my glasses, right? It's like this doesn't work because you can't see my face. So the distance of like my span, right? So like if I hold out my hand like this from my nose, and I hold my other hand like this, I can't see my fingers.
Oh my god.
Like,
yeah.
I am like have my elbow at like a right angle, and I can't see the knitting needle. Oh yeah, no, -10 is like legally blind. No, Mod Clonk is legally blind.
That sucks.
I mean, it's just legally. She's extremely charming. She is an extremely charming person. But yeah, so mine are. I was like second worst. There was somebody else who was like -5 in one eye and -1 in another eye, which is always a nightmare.
Oh my god, that is.
Like you just instantly get a headache as soon as you see it, as soon as you put it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Saiyan Scouter.
Yeah. This is like the Saiyan Scouter. Okay, hold on. Mess that up. But yeah, no, we were. I have very bad vision. But I don't think it's the glasses that gave the iPhone trouble. I think it's
It could be the lighting, because like sometimes like I know that sometimes my like the way like the light reflects against my glasses, like my eyes do like really weird things. So it could be also that. It could just be the lighting. You might like want to get like a ring light and kind of angle it somewhere.
I do have multiple ring lights actually.
Oh my gosh, then I don't know.
Because you can actually tell if you look at the desk. You can actually see the outline of the ring light.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. I thought that was just like a ceiling light.
Nope. That's a ring light that's 1 inch behind the camera. And William the Alchemist, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool to have you here. It's cool to have you here. Yeah, I know Bill. I know Billy Al.
Yeah.
Another Al.
Let's see. You missed the loop.
Yeah, I did.
A Beautiful Angel said we missed loop. Yeah.
That might be an issue.
Oh.
That's what I think is the issue. Because the iPhone camera is IR based.
Oh no.
So I think that is the issue. And hello, Matthew. Hello, Matthew.
Okay.
Okay. So that's the cast. Pull up through the first layer. Pull around. Okay, there we go. Okay, I was missing. I was just missing. Humter, but Humter, there are those who there are those who walk among us. Deceptively.
Yes.
There are deceivers among us. Who wear fashion glasses. Who wear non-prescription lenses.
Trendsetters.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't type in. Don't type in looped in after you do it. That's like what That's what I've been trying to say. That's the reason why. Like, yeah, it's supposed to be loose. You're like think of it as we're just like making like chainmail or something.
I have made chainmail before.
Yeah, so it's just like really soft chainmail.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, with chainmail's rigid, so...
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
the kind of like the links, how it's linked together, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to like pull it like that tightly. Like just let the needles do the work, not your hands.
Okay.
Hmm.
Nope, 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 nope. Recover, recover. And then slide it off.
You're not really supposed to like apply a lot of force into knitting. You just kind of they're just like a tool to like basically guide the yarn to where you want it to go.
I'm trying to figure out a setup that will hurt my elbow a little bit less.
I mean, if you need to, like, just to see if you can like get it, you can like pull it to your chest and like see if it like you can get it, and then like after you kind of get the rhythm, you can.
My yarn is lavender, Mura.
It is quite pretty.
Thank you, thank you. I like purple. I like purple. One of those ways you can tell that I definitely did not do my own VTuber design is that there's no purple. Like, yeah. Because like yeah, I just gave my artist, my character designer, like a whole PowerPoint of like what I think I am like and what people tell me I am like and how I stream. And he made the decisions, and so he went with like lots of earth tones.
It works. It definitely fits you.
Yeah, and I mean it's you know in general just like lots of warm colors, right? Lots of warm. And meanwhile like which like well, that's out of order. Meanwhile I as a like you can see like my interior decoration style is pretty earth toned. I have a pretty simple like hippie ass aesthetic.
Pretty cozy.
Yeah. I think I there we go. Okay. Oh, nope.
You should by the end you should have this kind of a little bit of a thicker line here with a bit of a with loops reminiscent of chainmail.
Okay. Okay. Well, I am still I apologize. I am still struggling to get past the first row.
It's okay. I think you're making good progress because like now that I am seeing you do a few stitches, I can see like the stitches actually like manifesting on the right needle. Yeah,
Okay,
just
something got caught in here.
Could be one of the fibers.
It's just like a fiber, yeah.
Yeah.
And then come up and weep. And...
Yeah, I mean it is hard. Like, knitting is like some fiber arts aren't like as intuitive as others. Like, I'm shit at some other crafts.
Like what? Like what?
Ceramics.
Ceramics.
Yeah, I'm so bad at ceramics.
Not a fiber
and
art.
like
Distinctly not a fiber art. But yeah.
I mean, yeah. Fiber arts is probably the only one that I've taken to pretty well. Like I remember like when we were doing like a ceramic painting class, and like I was just total shit at it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And like what was another one that was kind of like bad at? Needle felting was fun, but I wouldn't say I'm good at it. And then there's sculpting with a air clay, and then I tried doing decodent once, and
okay, this is where I've historically just died. Sorry.
Okay.
I think I died right here. I think I did the last stitch wrong.
Okay. It's okay. Can I like see the? You think you did the last stitch wrong?
I think I did.
You did. Okay.
I think I did.
Let me see. Oh yeah, it does look like it kind of got twisted there.
Well, it looks like nothing. It looks like gibberish.
I'm trying to see if like I think if you just kind of like wiggle the tail is too short. It's going to undo. It's fine. We're just doing swatches for now, so
Oh
no
yeah, I
big
mean
too
this
bad.
is this is this is like a 10-minute commitment, and frankly,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
more often I do
Uh-huh.
this over and over again, the faster I get at it.
Yeah.
When you say
Uh-huh.
the tail is too short, does that mean like
We're talking about like the end when you make like your first.
so my initial overhand knot was too short?
Yeah, you kind of want like
Mhm.
do you see like this tail I have right here?
Oh, okay, okay.
I- yeah, I
So
kind of
about a
like to
digit.
have a little bit, yeah, a little bit like to hang out because you kind of want it to like weave, you want to weave in the ends at the end so it doesn't like unravel.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay, okay. So
uh-huh.
let me. Whoop.
Yeah, because in the end you're gonna what I do is I use a crochet hook and I like weave it in, but some people like to make it a bit longer and then use, where did I put my toolkit? Hold on. So
Okay, so
let's see.
okay. Well, I made a longer one
Yeah.
here, so it's about the length of my palm.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
it's fine. Because like what you're gonna do, mine is a little on the short side because like it's a swatch, so like I'm not gonna weave in the ends. But you can take the at the end after you finish the piece, you can take in the like take a knitting, I mean a yarn needle or a crochet hook, and then you just like tuck it into the ends. Like you just sew it in, and then it'll be nice and clean.
all right.
Oh, good night, Mura Sensei. Night night,
Good night,
Reyna. Night night,
Mora.
Olma. I like how no one's calling me an old woman. That's refreshing for a change.
Uh,
Most like.
you are a guest here.
Mhm.
You are a
That's
guest here,
true.
and so people feel. I think people would feel weird being rude to my own guest.
That's
Uh,
true.
I think if you showed up here very frequently, they might feel more comfortable with you and start doing that.
You would never call someone old.
I think Blue has actually never called me old. I
Wow.
think Blue is polite.
Uh-huh.
Mora is mean. Mora's a mean one.
Whereas, I mean,
Yeah, Mora's
uh,
a mean little gremlin.
uh-huh. Um, yeah, my chat likes to call me mom or auntie.
Uh, I get uncle pretty frequently.
Uh,
I get grandpa by a few people.
grandpa.
Grandpa by a few people. Nobody has
Uh-huh.
taken to calling me grunkle, which is fine.
Uncle.
I think I've gotten it once. I think I've gotten grunkle maybe once, or even, it wasn't even like really calling me grunkle. It was just kind of referring to, famous hit TV show. The famous true crime podcast.
Oh.
I already forgot the name of it. I was stalling so that I could remember the name of it. The one with the Pines family. With Dipper and Mabel Pines.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Gravity Falls. Thank you,
Gravity
Hunter.
Falls. Yeah.
Yeah, hit true crime podcast. Gravity Falls. Just share a little bit. And okay, there we go. That was at least that one worked. Okay, so
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
I mean, at least do the principles make sense to you, I guess? At least?
I don't know if they make sense to me, but they feel right in my hands.
Okay, that's good. That's a good start. I guess the only time to know is if we keep going and see what happens.
So that one I've got to redo. Yoink. That one got twisted. That one got twisted. I am wondering if I should have gotten thicker stuff just so it'd be easier to see.
It definitely helps at the beginning to do like bigger hooks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not bigger hooks, bigger needles. With like maybe a weight 4 yarn. Like that's what I like to do, and like make sure it's like brightly colored so that you can see your stitches pretty well. Yeah. It's nice to like do it loosely because also you can like see the stitches more defined
Okay, okay.
instead of like a massive textile that can
Yeah, that's
alter a bit later.
I'm definitely wondering how you're able to tell anything that is happening on my side. I'm like, this looks like a pile to me.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Don't use very fuzzy chenille yarn. Right now I am using a polyester anti-pill yarn, so it doesn't like fuzz up when I use it when I work through it. Anti-pilling yarn is really good when you're just starting out. There's also acrylic yarn is it's okay, it's cheap, but like it does kind of get a little fuzzy.
that's what I'm using as
Uh,
acrylic.
yeah, but it's still like it does the job. The other one, it's not really good for like wearing stuff, but it is nice to. I like to do crochet with it because like it has like really good stitch definition. Is cotton yarn. Cotton is really nice.
Cotton?
Yeah, cotton,
Okay.
100% cotton. Yeah. It's just like it kind of is a little like rough on your hands, but like the
Okay.
stitch is like so beautiful. Um, and then there's they started doing this like beginner yarn now, which is kind of like a shoelace kind of
Oh.
thing. Yeah, but so like it won't like fray or anything, and it's like easier to see the stitches. But it's not as pliable. But it's really nice for learning because like it's also easier to like undo and stuff. Um, let's see. No point practicing on the nice yarn. Yeah, don't do that unless you
Oh
have a
yeah, no,
gift.
no. I when I
Yeah.
started doing calligraphy, I learned with felt tip
Mhm.
pens that were like
Mhm.
$1.
Mhm.
And I did it on like my notebooks. Like I did it
Yeah.
like just like literally in my notes. Uh
Mhm.
like the cheapest like legal pad paper I could get.
Mhm.
And
um,
honestly, like you can get very far in calligraphy off of printer paper.
it's true. I think it's like yeah. There's a fire truck outside. Hopefully that didn't catch, but
You are
um
in hell, so yeah.
yeah, it is. Yeah. Um there is also yeah, but like after that I kind of got I'm really into alpaca yarn.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
It's super soft if you want to have a wearable that will like keep you cozy, but it's like kind of like it's like it's got like this nice soft texture, but you don't want um some cashmere like fancy like alpaca is the way to go. It's like a little less expensive. Oh, ask Reyna if she heard of kinking. Is that
Sounds like no. Sounds like no is the answer. What is
what
tinking?
it like? Is that a D's nuts joke? Tink D's nuts?
I would be surprised. People in my chat don't usually go for the D's nuts joke.
I get a lot of that. I've I've decided to corner the market of immature old women, like Etta from what is it? Etta from what's that show? What's that
Oh,
show? Oh,
Owl
Owl
House.
House. Yeah, 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 yeah. A lot of people say I'm like that character.
Okay,
I'm like,
okay.
okay, I'm gonna.
She's a very popular character among my community,
Uh-huh.
so you've come to the right place. I before I even had my name, before I even had the
Uh-huh.
Almantas name, people were
Uh-huh.
were talking about me in terms of Uncle Iroh.
Oh, I
So
see.
that's always
I
been
have
my.
not watched Owl House yet, but yeah.
You have not watched Owl House? Okay, okay.
No, yeah.
No,
I don't
Uncle
watch a
Iroh,
lot of
not from
TV
Owl House,
actually.
from Last Airbender. That's the one
Let's
that. That's the
see.
reference I get.
Oh, Tink, when you mess up knitting, you have to do your knit. Oh, we call that. Well, I call it frogging. Like my knitting circle calls it frogging, because done to recover material. Oh, yeah, we call it frogging where I'm at. But tinking,
That's
wow,
cute. That's cute.
that is cute too. Yeah, but like the reason why we call it frogging is because you gotta rip it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
Uh
okay,
huh. Mm-hmm.
okay.
Frogging for crochet. I think some people use it for knitting also. I guess it depends on where you're from. Ribbit. Yeah. um yeah.
Let's see.
But yeah, I love going to Stitch and Bitches. Fun.
Oh, I lost track. Where are you? There you are. Oh yeah, no, I failed there. Gotta restart.
Okay.
Gotta restart.
Okay.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Just acknowledging.
Yeah.
Just letting you know mathematically what is happening.
It is in my instinct to encourage.
No. I don't worry too much about screwing up things as a rule.
Yeah.
I
I'm like used to it because like a lot of the people I collab with are a bit on the younger side and like they start to panic. So.
Oh yeah, no, it's. Oh my goodness, yeah, I am very familiar with the type. A chunk of the people who show up here are college students who I think are kind of using me as like a practice professor, right? Like a they want to have a person who they can like practice what it's like to talk to their professor, but it's not somebody who has any control over their grades.
Oh, like a TA.
Yeah, well, not even the TA, because the TA still has some control over your grades. They want somebody who's just like who has like the personality, but doesn't actually have any of the power.
Oh, I see.
And so yeah, so like it's like a safe zone for them to see like how their professor would respond to certain things. And yeah, I can see that nervousness in a lot of people, and like I'll like talk to other VTubers even who are like really surprised that like I wanted to talk to them, and it's like I am not like in a better position than you. Like I am not like the president or something like that. I am a guy. Like this is
it's like I am literally an anime person.
Yeah, and you are also an anime person. We are peers. We are peers here. I mean, that just kind of reminds me. There's a meme that I've seen brought up a few times of the like, you are 28 years old. Those women are not hags. Those are your peers.
Yes.
But yeah, it's well, and I guess like so you've tried out a bunch of crafts.
Yeah. It's like my hobby. Like I'm actually in a social group of women who do a lot of like crafts. We just like try one like every week.
Oh.
Or we just bring our own. Like I'm going to one tomorrow, a bring your own craft day. But sometimes we go to classes together, like a Color Me Mine, where we do like painting the ceramics, or paint by number classes, or candle making classes, that kind of thing. And then we just kind of made just meet up and do those things and just socialize while we make stuff. It's really fun.
That is lovely. Hold on a second.
And it's funny because half of that group are sociologists also teaching at the nearby university.
Oh my goodness, that's pretty funny. That's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty cute. Well, I was just kind of like wondering about this a little bit. That like, you know, this what we're doing right now. This is so. I'm trying to remember the history of knitting, because sometimes people really think knitting is a lot older than it is. It's early modern, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean,
1600s?
I've always wanted to learn how to do like loom knitting, though. That looks really cool.
Fail.
But like I heard there are like classes that like let you borrow a loom and do that. So that's something I want to try. There's also like lace making, like hand lace making. That's like really crazy. Like it's not like the crocheting kind, but it's like you have like these different spools of thread and then like you gotta like, you know, like it's yeah, it's
Megan,
like crazy.
What is wrong with my brain that I am screwing this
one
up?
Okay?
No, I'm good. I'm just like making a mistake that I wasn't making before. Like I've like introduced a new type of mistake into my repertoire, and that's confusing, right? Like That's
Mhm.
confusing. Like I thought I had this motion down, and then I started making new mistakes.
Yeah.
So see,
Yeah.
that's not right, right? That is not correct.
Tatting looks good too. Yeah, tatting looks really cool also.
Um, tatting is in tattoos, or tatting is in something else?
It's like a type of fiber art.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like the process of making doilies, I believe.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, there's like crochet doilies, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's like laces, but it's like technically like it's doilies. Oh, I think I see what's going
Yeah,
on.
there's something going on here. I
Almantas.
think it's
Yeah,
the cast is
I
wrong,
see.
right?
Well, not just that. You're pulling off the loop from the left needle too far. You
Oh,
kind of have to like. That's why. Yeah, it's tying knot. It's like Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is tying knots.
yeah.
I've also done macrame, but like you kind of like have to like just like Hold on. Let me show you.
Okay, okay. Watching.
Um.
Not
Yeah.
no
So
doing, only watching.
yeah. So like you see how like the loops, I kind of like gradually like push it upwards towards like the tip of the needle
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
And then so like when I do a knit here, instead of like pulling it off like what you're doing, I kind of just like gently slip it off like that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. You got to keep the needles close together is the thing. You can't have it like far apart like that, otherwise it's going to tighten and turn into a knot instead of
Oh,
like
okay.
a nice little stitch. Yeah.
There's definitely a repeat problem here of me wanting things to be tighter than they should
Mm-hmm.
be. Uh,
It took me a while to get that, but then like
yeah.
when I fucked up my thumbs, it
Mhm.
taught me to stop.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think in my case is because when you tighten it, right, it's easier to see.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the cast on is a little too loose. They said. So
Okay, so my cast is
yeah,
too loose, but my stitching is too tight.
yeah. So like when you do like the knit, you should like keep your needles like close to each other as much as possible when you're transferring. Yep, you got it. Oh,
Okay.
great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Du-du-du. All right.
Yeah. You
All right.
got it. Oh my god.
All right. All right. I mean, I've practiced like 100 of them on stream so far, so
Yeah.
you think you start to.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Blue, for also
Uh-huh.
for your coaching. No,
Yeah, thank you guys.
this is. I hope that nobody thinks that I'm like getting frustrated. I'm actually having a lovely time. I love learning.
Yeah, of course, of course.
And well, what I was going to go for, and this is this is some sociology
Mhm.
questioning here, is these are pretty peasanty crafts that we're talking about, right? And when I think about like the crafts that I really love frying. I love baking. I
I love baking.
I
Yeah.
love baking. I love baking. Once I figured out how to
Mhm.
make my own bread, like what a game changer in my life.
Have you tried raising a sourdough starter yet? Oh,
I
it's so much
have, I
work.
have, I have. My problem right now is
Mhm.
that my last sourdough starter, I dropped
Mhm.
the jar it was in, and
Oh
it
no!
shattered, and
Oh no!
so like you can't use it, right? Because now you never know how much glass there's going to be, even if you like recover
Uh-huh.
anything. Like you never know how much
Right.
glass there's going to be, so you have to throw it out. And I've just been too heartbroken
Mhm.
ever since to do another sourdough starter.
Mhm.
But I was doing sourdough for a long time. I actually I originally learned how to bake bread like right before the pandemic.
Oh my goodness.
Because it'd been driving me
Yeah.
nuts. It had been driving me nuts for years that I didn't know how to bake bread. I was like, this is something my
Mhm.
ancestors did for thousands and thousands of years. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt from having like an interesting story. This is
Mhm.
where I fail.
Okay.
This is where I fail. So I've got the
Yeah.
initial slip knot on
Mhm.
the left, and then I've got this, and then every time I do this, I fail the transfer. So
Um, I think one of the main things is that you have your needles too far apart.
okay,
Uh, yeah, because like that is like by default like loosening the yarn in between. Let me get to your position for a second. Let me
I mean I can redo the slip knot on the left one. That's pretty easy to do.
well, let me just
Okay,
um
okay, I'll hang tight.
Yeah. Um. So I mean, look at the.
Oh
Difference
yeah,
in
because
distance
that's a good point. That's a
between-
good point. I am
Uh,
feeding. I'm doing an overhand. I'm not actually doing a slip knot. I need to double check how I actually do slip knots properly.
Yeah, it's an overhand knot and putting it on the needle. That's true. It's making a pretzel with the yarn, and then taking the middle of the pretzel. Well, that's how it was explained to me, and somehow that made sense
Okay,
to me.
well, because like I was going crazy because I was looking at what you were doing and like I was like, that's not actually what a slip knot is. Like I was actually kind of going a little bit crazy there. Okay, so actually let's just look up knitting
Well, I mean, I guess
start.
it technically isn't a slip knot. It's just like sometimes we refer to it that way because that's like the basis of a slip stitch.
Yeah,
Or,
yeah. Okay, okay.
yeah,
So
arts, yeah. Yeah, I use the needle to make the knot, so that's what I do too. I just like use it to pull the loop through. If you want to think of it this way, it's kind of like the same principle as like when you're doing the knit.
okay, hold on. So we've got. Let's just start over from that step because that seems to be where I've been fucking up. That seems to be where
Yeah.
where the catastrophe is happening.
Mhm.
And whereas the actual stitching I seem to be doing okay on.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, once you like know not to like go ham on pulling it, you know.
Well, and it's you know I
Yeah.
mean I've got it's because it's easier to see.
Yeah, so I guess
yeah.
like the more simpler way is like you kind of like do like a little loop like this.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
And it's like,
Okay, so I'm just gonna cut here. Speed things up. There's a tangle here.
oh, I mean, you could just make it part of the tail when you weave it in.
Yeah,
anyway,
fair enough.
So.
Okay, so I'm pulling.
Yeah.
I got.
So yeah, you
I got
gotta
the
just
end.
make a little circle.
Make a circle.
Yeah, like a circle. And then you see how on the long part attached to the bundle,
Mhm.
like the skein, that part should overlap. So like that's the right part here. It should overlap.
Okay, hold on. So I'm holding it. So I've got the skein going out my left hand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Skein
And
go
then and then like the loose part,
Mhm.
that's going on the right.
Mhm.
And then you're making a loop like
So make
this.
a loop.
Yeah, with the loose end behind the end that's like attached to the skein.
Yep. Loose end behind. Yep.
Yep. And then so you have like a little X on the top.
Mhm.
So you take the end that's near the skein, and then you just kind of like aim it so that it like kind of crosses like on the loop itself. Like it makes like it kind of divides the loop, I guess, like a no sign. I
Okay,
guess.
so that's okay. So I've got that crossing.
Yeah, so like this. Then
Crossing
you take
move.
that middle yarn and just take the needle
Oh.
here,
Okay.
and then pull.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I
then
might give that a couple practices.
yeah.
Well, it's fresh in my
No,
mind.
it's okay. Yeah.
Well, it's fresh in my mind. I am a big believer in drills.
It's fine. It's fine.
Uh,
I've done this so many times. That's like riding a bicycle.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's kind of
Yeah. Oh yeah. You got it. It's intuitive.
yeah. Well, it's a matter of memorizing it, right? It's a matter of
Right. Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
it's a matter of so up and then does it work when I do it this way? Okay, because that's a slightly easier motion. I think that's wrong. So let's try it the other way. So you on top. Nope. On top. Through. And geometry. Simple geometry.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then start casting.
Yep. Just start casting. We're gonna do 12.
12, so that's 2.
2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yep. 12. So we're gonna cast on 12. Yeah.
Okay.
But for the most part, when you knit, it's nice to have like the loops kind of like slightly on the verge of precariously at the end of the needle.
I have noticed that it's like really hard to keep the motion going at all smoothly if they're not like really close to it. I also definitely am feeling the limitations of these needles being too damn long.
Yeah.
I am like halfway to just like snapping these damn things. Because they're really getting in the way of like any comfortable position.
I mean, like, if you were doing it in a normal position and not like doing it for content, you kind of like have it like to your chest and just knitting like that. So
I'd have it to I wouldn't have my elbows on a desk.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a little bit different. So yeah, but they do have like needles and like different lengths and stuff. So
oh yeah, yours are much shorter than mine.
Yeah. Yeah, because that one, I think the ones you use are for blankets and stuff, like specifically, or sweaters, so like large objects. But I typically do smaller things like scarves and hats and like arm warmers. I also do something called circular knitting, where it's like smaller needles, and then like they're attached together with like a wire.
I have seen the circular ones.
Yeah, those are fun.
I was considering those, and I've heard like there are like definite advantages to them. Yeah, if I tuck these into like Blue, if I tuck these into like where it's like a totally comfortable position, the camera would be like looking right at my crotch.
I think they mean like off a stream though.
Yeah,
like,
off of stream. I definitely.
Yeah, and then what else? There's also double pointed needles, which is mostly used for sock knitting.
Oh, okay.
Which are like these like nice little like needles. I probably have them somewhere, but like I love those. Those are fun too. They get they're a bit more difficult to start with, but once you get the hang of it, it's just like it's super fun, and it's like more camera friendly because like they're smaller objects to be made. Yeah. You don't like double pointed needles? They're so fun. But I'm a freak who loves fiber arts, so you know, like fiber arts is probably like my equivalent of like Almantas and his calligraphy. Honestly,
I love the words, baby. I love the words. I love the letter forms. I love the inks.
I mean, I collect ink bottles, but like I just do like journaling and like scrapbooking. Nothing like.
Do you use a fountain pen?
Yeah.
What do you
because
got?
of my Arthur, I got a Lamy Next now.
Okay. Because
I am non-committal in like the tips. I'm also thinking of getting an Urban glass pen.
This is my favorite of my pens. My Faber-Castell Ambition. I love this one a lot. Unfortunately, it's medium nibbed, which is like way bigger than I ever actually want to use. So, especially like most of what I write these days is I mostly am practicing my kanji. So I end up using my
1.1 rod. Yeah.
I use a fine.
Wow.
A Japanese fine. a Japanese fine, so it's like a European
Japanese
extra fine.
like yeah. So delicate.
So delicate. Well, I mean, it's I can show my kanji workbook that I've been trolling from. Like this is this is the scale that I write at.
Oh my goodness, I could never. I could never.
I mean, if I had arthritis, it would absolutely not be viable at all.
Yeah.
I remember in hello Nocturnal. I remember in college I took Chinese for 2 semesters. And I'm sock again. And I need to manually move the sock a little bit because it's centered slightly differently from my model. Oh, okay, we can do that. Yeah. I was taking a Chinese class, and like midway through the 2nd semester, the teacher was like, "Dude, you gotta fucking stop this." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Because like, so it was like printed, right? It was printed in like 12-point font. The quizzes, and one of the questions would be, write this character with the appropriate stroke order. So you have to like do each stroke as individual ones, and so I would write it at the same scale that the prompt was at, which required like 0.2 millimeter pencil lead. And so that's how I was writing all these things. And he's like, dude, like, stop writing like this. Like, it's hurting my eyes.
God. How could you...
And I was like, what? This is, and people are like, what are you, like, what is he doing? And I'm like, well, you know, I took the size that the paper was printed on as a hint of how large the characters were supposed to look.
What?
So.
That must be a warp.
Oh, I was even worse in graduate school. Not for my writing, but for, yeah, that one's too loose. That one was too loose. That was one was for too loose.
Magnifying glasses exist. Microscopes exist too.
In graduate school, they charged us 10 cents per printed page. So I would print everything out 8 to 1.
Oh my god.
To save,
must have
save
like,
money. I like to save money. I like to save money, what can I say?
Oh my god. I bet like you might have been correlated to like an increase of like glasses prescription.
Well, that was for my own reading. I would
print double-sided. Yeah, print double-sided.
Yeah, no, that was 8 on one side and 8 on the other side. Yeah, but they charge you based on the ink. They didn't really charge you based on the paper, so that didn't really.
Oh, really? They charged based on sheet where I went to.
They charged us by the sheet, but printing double sided didn't give you a discount for that. We printed based on page, I should say. They charged us on page. So no, I had one of those like on desk magnifying glasses for when I was doing readings.
Oh my god.
In grad school.
Are you casting on are you casting on in reverse?
I think so.
Yeah, you are. Like Beautiful, I was like so distracted by the conversation until Beautiful like just like pointed it out. So like when you cast on it, the needle has to be in your right hand if you're doing right-handed knitting, and then you cast with your left hand. It's very important when you like start doing the knitting because it's like the flow of the yarn.
I mean, all I'm doing is I'm just rotating it. Hold on.
Okay.
What's the rotation I'm doing? 270? I think it's 270 rotate. Sorry, I was a sociology professor, but I did actually do undergraduate chemistry. I got pretty good at rotations. My educational pathway was fraught and stupid.
Don't worry, mine was pretty tumultuous too.
Yeah.
Honestly, I will admit that like becoming a sociology major and like earning like some of my degrees were a complete accident.
Oh, accidents. Mine were merely mistakes.
Well, a happy accident. No, like I initially like tried to go into nursing because like of parental expectations. Because like in the culture I was born into, you kind of needed to go into a medical like a career.
Okay.
And so like okay, I'm not really feeling it, but I will go. And then I failed. So then I just like I didn't really know what to do, so I just like took a bunch of random like courses in a community college that I thought were interesting, and then one day I received a associate's for social and behavioral sciences in the mail. And then like I was like, oh, okay. And then like I was talking to my like the campus counselor, and they were like, oh yeah, you can use this to transfer to the sociology program in like XYZ university. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool, I'll do that.
Very West Coast to just like dick around in community college and ass backwards into a major at a university. Yeah,
yeah, I'm like, okay.
I'm still like East Coast through and through, so like community college is like they're just like a different education system, practically speaking.
Yeah, around like where I was from, it was pretty much not any different from like university. Like
yeah, no, that's
it was like, very bougie. Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if it's bougie. It's just like I know enough about the school systems to think about which school system that was just based on that description alone. And it's not the school system that I taught in ever. It's specific to a pretty geographic area of the U.S. Even like the poor neighborhoods around you, we were pulling that off. But yeah. So your parents really wanted you to go into medicine.
Yeah, like nursing or like med school. And I was like, okay, sure, but no, it didn't work.
What if you don't mind me asking, why didn't it work? What was the stumbling?
I just couldn't understand the subject matter no matter how much I studied. It just didn't click with me.
Okay.
And it's not like for lack of effort. I did like read the books, but it's like it was hard to retain the information. And
okay.
like yeah, but with like things like psychology and social sciences and humanities, like I was able to like retain that information. I mean, like I'm not like good with dates by all means, but I could like memorize things like theories and I could like understand like theories and acts and things like that were passed. Like I can't tell you like when it is, but I can tell you what was the content of it, you know.
So here's this is something I thought. I also kind of fell backwards into sociology. I originally went to graduate school for history. And then the subject matter I was studying eventually got like so close to the present that it stopped being considered historical data, and it started just being sociological data. But I did start with historical research methods and historical techniques and stuff like that. My undergraduate, I've got undergraduate degrees in chemistry and history because I'm a fool. What I will say is that like, the thing about dates, people really oversell how... Got to redo this one again.
Apparently my webcam's camera is low, so I might have to change to a PNG in a bit. Oh, but I'll let it just die. So
that I mean, I will say I'm jealous of the PNG tubers for getting to switch their whole shtick all the time. I think that's really cute. For us, it's expensive. To switch live 2Ds is expensive, but to switch PNGs is like $50.
Right.
Like, you know, it's like literally like 5 to 10% as expensive to get new models as a PNG tuber.
Yeah. Well, what I've been doing lately is I've been collecting pre-made models, and especially the ones that are customizable and just like messing around with the settings.
Just getting your color scheme on them.
Yeah, just getting my color scheme and then like just using them when I feel like suiting the mood. But also like because of my lore of being like a magician and a fan of thief, like I'm technically a master of disguise, so like I can use literally any model and it would still be me.
Do you have the turtle one from Master of Disguise?
Turtle.
Yeah, that one.
No, I'm not turtley enough for the turtle club.
But you're green.
Oh my god, that's a new one actually. Like the most like I've been like it's usually like a frog or a raccoon.
I can see raccoon. It's honestly funny like how this all kind of works out for people, right?
And, like the thing is like the raccoon thing came from when I was I like to play a lot of like cozy games and like life simulation games.
Yeah.
So, like,
lovely stuff.
Crossing, Stardew Valley, but like I have a reputation of being. Have you ever seen that one web comic where it's like the type A personality, the type B personality?
Yeah.
Where like the type B personality is like, you know, why don't you like stop and like smell the flowers, and then like the type A personality just like inhales. They just like inhale the flowers, and then he's like, flower smelling champion. Yeah, so I'm the flower smelling champion. So like I play like cozy games and I am very relaxed, but I play them kind of industriously. Oh,
we got a raid.
By the way.
We got a raid. Yep. I was waiting for you to finish. Vbridger Bear. Hello, Vbridger Bear.
Yeah.
Welcome in for like the third time, Matthew Rice Seeker. Hello, Pickles the Little Dill. Hello, Nixie Dove. Hello, Vbridger. Let me hold on. I didn't have my keyboard at hand, so let me grab my keyboard and give you the shout out. What were you doing, Babinka? What were you doing, Babinka? Babinka Bear is lovely. She is also a educational VTuber like me. Unlike me, she is I did spell the name right. She is actually connected to her historical culture, which is Philippine.
Philippines, kabayan ko.
Yes, we've got another Pepito on here teaching me how to knit. This is Reyna Chapeau. This is Reyna Chapeau.
What? Magandang tanghali. Philippines mentioned.
I thought it was going to be a little bit rude of me to ask what specific heritage it was, but I guess that answers that.
Yeah, I'm half Filipino and I am half Vietnamese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but my dad, who was on the Vietnamese side, he was born in China, so like biologically speaking, I am like half Filipino, half Chinese, but like culturally, I am half Filipino, half Vietnamese. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why, like, when a lot of people they ask about like my ethnic, I'm like, it's complicated. Yeah.
I mean, I'm a friggin' white guy. I'm like half Irish and quarter this and quarter that and 1/10 of a millionth percent this thing on my mother's side. Like that's what those fucking gringos do. So like I'm not gonna naysay somebody who's like, oh, I'm half Filipino, half Vietnamese, but in like a Chinese way. Like whatever. Like that's not that weird.
Yeah. Like I am as Asian as like ginger onion dressing. I'm like just a nebulously Asian.
Just nebulously Asian.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. There was a joke I was thinking about that was by Ali Wong, and I'm like, I'm not going to fucking repeat an Ali Wong joke like, about Asian ethnicity. I'm not going to have those words coming out of my mouth. That is not. I will tell you about it off stream, but I'm not going to take responsibility for that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Your cat sounds are looking a lot better. Mm-hmm.
I think it's mostly that I'm worrying the yarn enough. So I think where I've been screwing up. But yes, Babinka, how was your stream? You were learning Japanese. How is the Japanese learning going? I've been practicing my Japanese, but I've been really focusing on kanji lately.
勉強はどうですか?
もう一度。もう一度。
もう一度お勉強はどうですか?
Babinka,
that was more for Babinka Bear.
Oh, that was more for Babinka. I was like, mine's going pretty good. I enjoy practicing kanji.
Oh my god, please stop looking. That looks like a crazy person's notebook.
This is like the...
That looks like the Death Note, man.
This is like the third or fourth notebook I've gone through. I'm probably... I can probably read about 900 to 1,000 kanji right now. When I was well practiced, I was like at 2,200.
Oh my god.
But I'm really focusing on the kanji, not on like actually using the language in any practical way.
Oh my gosh. But that makes sense. For me, I'm not like really good at kanji, but I am very good at like the listening and I guess like etiquette and
the worst parts for me. The worst parts. No, the etiquette is the worst part. I always struggle with keeping track of mewe meshita. It's just like I'm so American. I'm so fucking American. It's so hard for me to keep track of mewe meshita because like we use in English, right? In English, a conversation is either a formal conversation or it's an informal conversation. You don't have a conversation that's like formal in one direction and informal in the other direction. Like that's just
I mean, technically, like professional language when you use at work, it's kind of like American Kegel in a way.
Kind of, but like it's always multi-directional, right? Like my bosses. My bosses weren't like I wouldn't like get an email from my boss that's like, "What's up, chump dick?" and then I would have to respond in like totally formal English.
If you worked at certain places,
yeah, but then I wouldn't respond in like totally formal business English after that, right?
True. Unless you're in accounting.
Tell you, I have absolutely no idea what convinced you that I was Scandinavian. I have no idea. I've talked about some Scandinavian food on before because my family has some Scandinavian heritage, and my goodness, the Swedish cuisine is like the worst cuisine on the planet. Like it's a real competitor with the British.
You don't like cheese coffee?
Well, I don't like either cheese or coffee, so that's that's definitely a problem for me. But no, I was thinking of like Surströmming.
Oh, yeah, that's vile. But...
Yeah, Surströmming's vile.
I mean, like, but like, there's some like Scandinavian foods that are good. I really like how they do like the really, really flat pancakes.
They do actually have pretty good. Their
yeah.
breads and desserts are actually pretty good.
Like
I will say, like,
and the cheese coffee. Like
the
cheese coffee is really good.
Yeah, the sweets.
It's so like it's you know bread cheese, right? Like the cheese that doesn't really melt and you can kind of grill it. That's like basically like they take like a little block of that into the cup and then like they pour hot coffee on it. And then it's kind of like more of a like I guess like a kind of tiramisu kind of tasting kind of thing, because like you kind of like dunk the cheese into the espresso and eat it, and like it doesn't actually like melt, and like it's like on the sweeter light side. It's so good, yeah.
I mean, completely insane aside, but the tiramisu Oreos are actually pretty good. Well, absolutely wild. Yes, Vivinka Bear, obviously take care of yourself, and that goes for all of the raiders. That goes for all of the raiders. Please, you know, please take care of yourselves. Please, if you, in general, I mean, this is true. Actually, honestly, this is true of everybody watching here. I am not holding anybody hostage. I am not holding anybody hostage. If you want to listen to two old folks with sociology backgrounds ramble and knit, that is I really appreciate it. But if you don't want to do that, we are not holding a gun to your head. And I don't want you to feel like we are.
Health is first priority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I try to. It is very important to everything I do that people have the option to leave whenever they feel like it. Honestly, part of the reason why I like this more than I like teaching.
For sure, because when you're teaching, you kind of are holding them hostage. But
yeah. I mean, when it was college teaching, college teaching was definitely better on that front. Because if you're teaching like high school and stuff, like there's like literally the force of law.
Yeah.
Behind your attendance policy, there are like there's like actual like literal criminal punishments for not having
like that. This is like literally some CPS level shit. Like,
yeah, like it's and oh my god, sorry, I just remembered that I had a job where I did have to work with CPS pretty frequently, and it was like,
oh my gosh, everywhere.
Oof. But yeah, so going like way back to something that I was kind of wondering about, was like, so you were in this like craft exchange group that's mostly like women with sociology backgrounds.
Well, it kind of just turned out that way. That wasn't really the goal. It just happened to be that way.
Well, and I mean,
yeah.
you're well educated. Yeah. I'm well educated. Yeah. We are not super concerned with like plumbing the depths of the universe here, though. We are concerned with like what we're doing with our hands and learning these old art forms. I personally really like, part of the reason why I really like baking bread is it helps me feel very connected to the past.
Yeah.
I really enjoy that. And so I was kind of wondering if you had any thoughts about like why is it that because there's an explanation where I can invoke Marx, which is almost always a bad sign. I actually am not the big Marx guy. But okay, hold on. Now I'm at the worst part. I'm gonna hold on for a second here. That like if you had any thoughts about like why that's the case. That we find ourselves these people who are anime on the internet with these high educations, why we're like looking at these old peasant crafts and being like, that's the shit, that's the real stuff.
I just like to make things.
All right.
But also it's more of a psychological it's also kind of like a psychological skill that I kind of learned it in therapy. It's a baking and knitting. is a practice. It's a way of doing it's mindfulness. It's practiced mindfulness. And it's mindfulness that does produce something. But like when you have like a lot of thoughts in your head, or you're like worried about something, or you're stressed out, the way to calm those thoughts is like by creating. Like so baking, it's like you gotta like I used to like take out a recipe card, just read it, like measure. All I'm doing is focusing on the measuring, getting everything right, and then putting it in the oven. And then like I have cookies, and I get that like peaceful thoughts, and serotonin comes at the end of it. Thing with but obviously like now that I have to watch my blood sugar, I can't bake as much anymore. Knitting is also kind of like the same principle, because like repetitive motions can calm you down, kind of puts you in that meditative state.
Yes.
Yeah,
I understand that very well.
Like I don't. So like for me, it's more of a psychological thing, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean I talk about this pretty frequently. That like I didn't have anxiety problems until I was middle-aged. Like I did not have anxiety problems when I was young. It just didn't happen. I had other mental health problems, but anxiety was not on the list. But I started having bad anxiety in my middle age, and the thing that really helps me by far the most with anxiety is running. Because it's physical, it's repetitive, and it shuts my brain down. And so yeah, I definitely get that. I mean, I'll be honest, when I'm feeling I didn't say I was middle-aged now. I was middle-aged at some point in the past. I'm just old now. Unless you mean you thought that I was young, in which case, thank you. But that's 9, 10, 11, that's 12. Yeah, my slip knot was bad again, and it caused the entire thing to fall apart again.
Okay, but at least like you've gotten to the point where like you can understand what was wrong.
Yeah. And so but yeah, I guess like the thing I was thinking about with like the sort of like Marxian explanation that Marx would bring us to is it's alienation. That working with Marxist alienation, that when you're working with databases and it makes you feel disconnected from reality, right? It makes you feel weird and grotesque and disconnected from reality, whereas working with your hand, it's very hard to feel alienated from the labor of making a loaf of bread. Right?
Or it's like it's like tangible,
It's very tangible. It's outside of your own head. And particularly in terms of like how like the type of psychological issues that I struggle with, the feeling that like, oh, all of this is just in my head, that I am just imagining all of this, that I'm just wrong, that I'm just misperceiving things. Like, at least my cookies are delicious, right? Like it's like very hard for me to deny. Like, it's like I may have been
imposter syndrome, but my cookies are delicious.
Yeah. Like it's I might be insane in some ways, but damn it. I just went through the wrong part of the thread there. I just cut right through the middle of the yarn. just right through the middle.
Don't know your own strength.
Well, like you the fibers the threads are loose enough that you can get in between them.
Yeah.
So if you're... That's part of the reason why I get a little bit weird about... why sometimes I'm like trying to like look at what I'm pulling through to make sure I'm not like doing that. But yeah. So I don't know, that's kind of what occurs to me, is like when you're working... And particularly when you're... I feel like sociology, even more so than other sciences, is going to make you feel that way because it's all people's perceptions, right? It's all...
Yeah.
It's all people's perceptions, and there's this weird there's this like nauseating thing about studying sociology when you compare it to studying a physical science, where you suddenly have this like really grotesque realization, particularly because, again, I was studying a physical science at one point in my life. There's this really grotesque realization that the physical science itself is just a series of perceptions and social consensus. that like what chemists say is true about the world is a series of things that chemists have agreed upon through a series of social contracts. And that's
There's a saying that history is written by those who are victorious.
Yep. And hello, Commodore. Hello, Commodore. I would say thank you for the first time chat. I mean, so that is a problem, right? That is a like I don't believe there's ever easy solutions to basically anything in life. I kind of believe that everything is just kind of hard, and you just have to figure out ways to deal with it. I would say that there is something like from a psychology perspective, which neither I don't have a psychology background to speak of. Sideri does. I don't know how much of a psychology background you have.
A little bit. Like I've taken like I have social behavioral sciences and social psychology as part of my like areas of focus. So,
okay, yeah.
like I mean, like it's probably not like a full discipline, but like I know enough to tie it into like social situations.
So better than me. Better than me.
Yeah. Yeah, you're doing
Blue
very well.
Blue says that right as I completely beef one. Right as I completely beef one.
Yeah, you do pull too hard. Like the thing is, you keep pulling. Like if you notice, like you keep pulling the needles far away from each other every time you complete the stitch, and it like tightens so much. You got to keep it loose.
Okay. I feel kind of silly because I'm mostly kind of like pulling until like it feels like there's any sort of.
No.
That's too tight. That's too tight.
Too tight. You gotta keep them together. You gotta keep the tips together.
Okay. Hold on. Let's
like,
just recast. Let's just because casting is easy. Casting is easy and meditative.
Hardcore pull. You got them like. You gotta
let nobody say that. Let nobody say that the old man doesn't pull.
It's okay. It's like yeah, you gotta keep like the needles like close together as much as like the tips, kind of like ET.
Okay.
Yeah, gotta remember ET.
6, 7, 8, 9. This might be a really hard art form for me. Just 10 because I'm not very good at counting. 11.
Well, the good thing is that for knitting, you don't really need to count as much as crochet.
Okay, that's good.
Especially like because like once you cast on, that's pretty much it. If you're doing like a flat piece, like a scarf or a hat, and then you like, but if you're like doing stuff like socks or like a hat, like a beanie that like with the circular needles, then you kind of need to do counts, but it's not as hard as crochet for counting. Crochet is like hell because like you have to be like almost alone and have no one talking to you, and then every time someone tries to talk to you while you're counting, you give them a death glare.
Oh jeez.
My gosh, that's how serious it is. Teaching a different type of cast on would be, yeah, that's like the one I do, but I'm not sure I wonder if you would benefit from learning like a different type of cast on.
Okay, well. All right. And just miss. just completely missed the stitch entirely. All right. There we go. This is kind of interesting because I don't feel like I'm pulling very hard, right? Like I feel like I am pulling until I feel like a little bit of resistance.
I mean, like there should be no resistance.
Okay.
The thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't be pulling at all. You just kind of move on to the next one. It's like, I guess knitting is more of like a pushing thing rather than pulling.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the actual danger here from my perspective is that I'm so obsessed with understanding my results and with getting the feedback that I'm not letting myself trust.
I mean, I understand I don't know. Like when I learned fiber arts, I think it's like also the fascination with like understanding the physics of it and like seeing how like different like ways of like doing a knot can have like different results, I guess.
No, I want to see what I've done. I want to see my handiwork.
But yeah, you don't like really pull, you just kind of like shave it off like this. Yeah, like that. And then just go to the next one. Don't pull. Just don't pull. Just go to the next one.
Yeah, so I'm trying to keep that in mind right now. I'm trying to keep that in mind, and I think, I don't know. We'll get to the end of this, and we'll see if that's a better result.
Wait till we get to learn purling. I wonder if I should have started with purling. That might be more intuitive for you, because like the way it's done, kind of like it does kind of compel you to keep your needles together.
Okay. But yeah, Commodore asked a question that I didn't actually answer, so I apologize for that, Commodore. I think that in life, one of those skills that you just absolutely need to learn, like just to survive as a person, is to learn to accept your failures. And to treat them as learnable lessons rather than, okay, well now we're on the one that I always screw up. And to treat them as things that, like, are not, like, fundamental judgments on you as a person.
Yeah, they're morally neutral.
Yeah.
And it could be, like, upbringing or, like, being placed into a gifted class. Or
yeah. Ooh.
Perfect. Not that.
Yeah, I was about to say, this sounds specific. This sounds specific and personal.
Yeah. Something I had to get over, but I think like when I heard someone once say, you know, like the first thing, like the first step to being really good at something is to suck at it first. Yeah. That like
Jake the dog.
Yeah.
It's Jake the dog from Adventure Time.
Yeah. But I think like, but like the major thing is like even if you suck at it, like it has to be fun for you, because like there are some things that like I started out and I sucked at it, but I had fun anyway, so I kept doing it.
Oh yeah. Commodore, this is definitely above the pay grade of two anime pseudo sociologists on the internet. But
they want to talk to a therapist.
That is definitely a therapy moment right there, because I think that's like at a basic level of survival. You are going to just everybody. You are going to be bad at pretty much everything you ever do in your life for a very long time. Pretty much everything. You are always going to suck at it. And for example, this is a mess right here. This just looks like.
Yeah. To be honest, I would do that over.
Yeah.
Can I like watch you cast on?
Okay. Yeah. So, well, let's get all the way back to the beginning and do the knot, which is the part that I am the most like uncertain about, to be honest, as the initial knot.
Okay.
So, you said short end out here.
Yeah.
And then over so that the short end is below.
Can you give me a visual?
Oh wow, I was off camera.
Oh, that's why it's backwards.
Okay.
And also, I for my perspective, I do like the intersection at the top and rather than the bottom.
Okay. So, I just need to figure out. Okay, well, whatever. So.
Can I can you just like do a loop and flip it over so I can like see from my perspective? Okay, like let me see. That's the one on like on your right hand. That's the short end, right?
Yeah.
It's backwards.
Okay. Backwards. So.
Like, that's still the same. The end that is.
I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it the other way. There we go.
Either way, it's either way. Yeah. That's what I mean. Just like do it like you normally do, but flip it. That's backwards.
This is backwards again.
It's backwards. You gotta like put.
This is the short end over here. Short end went under.
Short end. No. That's here. Let me.
Okay.
Let me just.
Oh my goodness. Really going back to the basics. The word I thought of was swallow. For rhymes with Apollo. Swallow. That's going to be accent dependent.
Salvageable. Yeah. It is.
Commodore, thank you for the follow.
Hold on.
Oh, a follow. That's cute. That's...
Okay, hold on. Now you're making me question myself.
Right. This is the problem. This is the problem with this is the problem. This is why teaching is different from doing.
Yeah, that's okay. So, you were doing it backwards. So the end that's like connected to the rest of the yarn.
Okay, so long end? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be on the top. Oh, it's like, it should be the one that's over.
Okay, so long end is over on this one. And then pull long end through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then needle.
Okay, so you can either use the needle to pull it through, or you can use your fingers like this and...
Well, the needle's going to go in there eventually anyway, so...
Yeah, so... Yeah, but people have their own way of doing things. And then...
That's not Slipknot at all, though. I did that. Something was wrong there. And then... There's actually two methods I can use to pull through here. And... So that's what you did. That is a slip knot. That one is slipping. That one is slipping. That was like several times.
I mean, like it's the same physics of it, yeah. So.
Well, no. If you tie the knot wrong, it's just a knot.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And so this is how I've been casting.
Yeah. When you cast.
Yeah.
Needle on the right hand.
Okay. You do not like me doing that. You do not like me casting with my right hand.
Well, because it does affect like the way the yarn wraps around the needle, and then like when you knit, like the end result will look kind of funny if you do it that way.
All right, so it's 4. Yeah. Hold on, that's 5. See, I already counted wrong. 5, 6.
Yeah, the loop is dependent, but you know, trying to remove as much variables as possible so I can figure out what's.
Yeah, no. It's I mean, I actually one of those things that I always like to relate is I did actually spend a few years as a math teacher, very weirdly, and because the demand for math teachers is so high that they will take anybody, right? They'll just take anybody, and I'm not good at math, particularly speaking. I'm okay with math, and it turns out. Okay. Yeah, it turns out that being good at math doesn't make you a good math teacher at all. Yeah. I was actually, I think, a pretty decent math teacher.
Teaching is like it's a totally different
very
skill
different
set,
skill. You know? It's a very different skill. And one of the things is that like I had just screwed up so frequently in so many different ways in math that like my students would make algebra mistakes. I'd be like, oh, this is what you did, because I've done that a million times. Like, you know. Did you watch Scrubs back when that was on?
No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, I actually don't watch that much TV.
That's fair. That's fair. I don't actually watch a ton either. It's honestly the biggest thing that stops me from being like from me. This is the biggest thing that makes me look like a total fake weeb is that like I don't really watch that much anime.
Well, I'm like more of like a visual novel, like light novel reader, if I'm honest. Yeah.
Play 1000 X Resist, and
have you ever played this? I don't know, like maybe this might be old even for you, but have you ever played Cosmology of Kyoto?
No, I haven't. I don't know Cosmology.
Came out in 1994.
Oh yeah, that's it. So I like visual novels, but I haven't played that many of them because I was like so many men, I was sold on the genre by DDLC.
That's very recent.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but Cosmology of Kyoto, it's a very interesting, like, it's a Japanese edutainment game.
Okay.
About the history of Kyoto, and also it also kind of teaches you about different yokai, but it's also a horror game. It's a horror educate.
Okay, that actually sounds extremely good for me to stream. I actually rather like streaming horror games. I don't really like playing them on my own, but I like streaming them.
Yeah, the violence is a little graphic.
All right.
But like, I think you could get away from it because it's all like pixels and 90s, like graphics. But
could you put that in DMs?
Oh yeah. I think you'll need I think MSDOS box to run it, but it's like pretty like at this point, but because it's that old.
Nice. I haven't had to break out DOSBox in a while.
Yeah, DOSBox. Yeah.
Not since I got good at using ZDoom.
Are we talking Fear? It's Fear and Hunger, but it's like Seventh Guest if you play that. Yeah, it's kind of like the Seventh Guest, or what's that one game with
Goodness.
where you're in the haunted house and then like I remember there's one where like there's a trapdoor with a giant spider, and then like basically if you jumped into the trapdoor with a giant spider, you're really stupid and you get a game over.
That's pretty
Like the
funny.
game calls you stupid. Yeah. Hold on. What is that one?
It was something Kyoto, though, was the one that you were talking about.
Cosmology of Kyoto. Cosmology of Kyoto.
Cosmology of Kyoto.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool because like you're basically, I think, in like you play like a person who got like a time warped Terminator style to post Taisho era
Oh,
Kyoto.
that's an interesting choice of era.
Yeah. Like it was like it's like at the I think it was like at the end of like the Taisho era, I think.
That is
And then
an interesting choice of era.
Yeah.
Like
My memory of it is like really fun because like it's been a while, but like I think that was what it was. And it's like you kind of like have to do a lot of like free roaming and stuff to like figure out what's going on and what. But like also at the same time there are like yokai and oni running around trying to kill you.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
These are way too tight already. These are already way too tight.
Well, I mean, I still think it's like a big improvement because I actually like see the stitches and stuff, so that's good. Yeah. But yeah, my advice to you is to like not pull as much, I guess. Like
I need to think very hard about that because I feel like I'm exerting very little.
I wonder if like crochet might be better for like your instincts because I feel like that might like actually serve you well a little bit. Yeah. You have a lot of people like getting heartburn. Stop holding. Like literally, that's like my only feedback to you. Like you're doing everything right, just stop pulling.
Okay, I have to think about that very consciously.
I wonder if like I teach you a different stitch, if that would. I wonder if like, what do you guys think? What do you guys think, chat? Like what if we taught do you think like if I taught him how to do purling instead, like would that maybe he'd pull less? What do you guys think for those who know how to knit? Maybe if we try to like teach him the purl stitch instead, we'll start with there. Like chopsticks? Yeah, like chopsticks. I don't think so. Okay, yeah. Oh wow, damn. Okay. Yeah, one stays still. It's like chopsticks. That's a great way of illustrating it. Like basically, it's kind of like looms, I guess. Like you're holding the still, but this should do all the work. The yarn, I mean, like this in your right hand. The stick in your right hand. That's doing all the work. Old man can't stop pulling.
Yeah, like I said, nobody say the old man doesn't pull. Yep, I knew I was off by one. Breaking news. Breaking news. Mora is mad at Almantas.
Can't stop pulling. You keep... Yeah, I noticed that too.
It's producing the exact same result. It's a rotation. It's just a rotation. It's the same... It's just chiral. It's the same chirality.
It does actually affect the
No, it'll affect the chirality. It depends on the no, if you mirror, it'll be the wrong one because you'll have the wrong chirality. You'll go from sinister to dexter. But if you, it's the same.
Those are words.
Yeah, it's the same. It's right hand versus left hand. But it's if you rotate rather than rather than mirror.
Have you tried setting up the arm more to the front so you won't use both hands? Yes, I told him to keep it on. I mean, like, he's doing that now, but I don't know. Like,
I might not be doing it enough. Hold on. One sweater comes off, so we're down to single sweater, as opposed to double sweater. Okay. I apologize. I hope I'm not frustrating you too much.
That's okay. I'm like, I'm having a fun time because your chat's roasting you, so I don't have to do it.
So you don't have to. Yeah, the outsourcing the content to the chat. Outsourcing content to the chat. I swear I'm not throwing.
You're frustrating me instead.
I swear I am not throwing. I swear I am merely misperceiving. Well, it's kind of interesting to me, right? Because, like, again, I do calligraphy, and, like, a lot of what you rely on in calligraphy is the resistance that the ink has on the paper. And so, like, my calligraphy is I'm actually having, like, a hard time recently because my black ink is more lubricated. Penbu VT, thank you for the follow. My black ink is more lubricated than my previous black ink, and it flows too smoothly, and I can't feel the resistance from the paper as well. And that's, like, very thin resistance.
I think it's your urge to write in tiny letters that is undermining your knitting.
It might be. And hello, Tayamisi.
Yeah, cast on with a knit-on method? I haven't actually heard of that. I haven't learned it, so, but I guess, like, maybe we could look at a video and see if it...
Let me give this one more shot. I'll give this one more shot. And so one thing I guess I'm kind of missing. So I should be pushing up the entire left needle continuously? The entire left stitching it continuously? Because otherwise I end up having to pull in order to get off of the needle tip.
Like, at least pull it off, like, just, I push in, like, at least to, like, the fat part, I guess, of the needle.
Which is about where it's at right now.
Yeah, and then you kind of just...
That was a miss. That was just a miss. That was
like,
just...
instead of pulling, just think of it as, like, you're kind of, like, shaving it off. You're, like, scraping it off the...
Well, but then as I go down further, like, then I'll be down here, right? If I'm just...
But, like, well, what I do is, as I go, I, like, keep pushing up, like, the other loops.
Okay, that's what I meant. I was like, that's probably a lot of where the pulling is coming from, is to try to keep this...
It doesn't have to be in the same position. It's kind of like you're queuing them up.
Okay, so but it is I need to be pushing with my left hand.
Yeah, it's like, that's what I mean. Like, so knitting is more about pushing rather than pulling.
Okay. 9. Okay. Whoop. 10. 11. Nope. 11. 12. Okay. That was definitely a place where, like, a lot of pressure was coming from my hands, was trying to make it so that I can even get the things off of the like off of the needle.
I can't believe I'm backseat knitting. Yeah, this is the new streamer meta right here.
You're allowed to backseat the knitting. You're not allowed to backseat Dark Souls, but you are allowed to backseat the knitting. You're allowed to backseat a lot of things, to be honest. That's, like, the one thing I'm, like, really a cop about. You don't get to backseat me on Dark Souls.
Let's say I've been backseat. It's okay, he'll get it eventually, and then soon I'll have more cozy content for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Mura doesn't want cozy content. Mura wants me to suffer. Mura wants me to suffer. Mura wants me to suffer as she has suffered.
We haven't even learned purling and casting off yet.
Yeah.
Violence.
I want violence. She does.
I feel like I need to redeem that says stop pulling. I'll record it for you.
Do
it for free.
I guess also the calligraphy instincts might also be particularly working against me here, because it is occurring to me that like the motion that you make for most calligraphy strokes is a pull. Particularly if you're doing Japanese calligraphy, you never push.
By all your channel points.
I mean, I can make it right now. I can make it like. I want to finish this stitch and see if I can get to just the end of the goddamn row. I feel like the end of the row is where I have the most trouble. I
mean, the end of the row is the same as always. It's just that you pull too far and then like it ends up being weird. The reason why you want to keep it loose is because like all of that extra yarn is going to go into the corner and make like this unghastly like large hole at the corner. Yeah. And you don't have to worry about that as much as you go further. It's always like the first row that does that. Reyna, can you show me your normal grip? It's a little hard because like it's probably not correct because like I have to hold it under the camera. Because like I have to adjust accordingly, but yeah. It's a little difficult like with
if you give me and also just give me a second, and because I don't want to let go while I'm on a roll. And here's the part that's the trouble. Right, here's the part where where a disaster strikes. This is where disaster strikes. And did we get disaster?
To be fair, I'm self-taught, so.
Did we get disaster here? I feel like I didn't get a disaster here, but and I will now make the Reyna view, the Reyna cam much bigger. So
do you usually put loops on with it? You mean like casting on?
Here's Reyna cam bigger. Here's big Reyna cam.
Yeah? What about it? You don't know what it's called in English. It's okay. Like where you put the loops on, right? On the first part, cast on? Yeah, I usually do it by hand.
Hold on, I think I can.
That's how I was taught. Never done it this way? Yeah, that's how I was taught, and it made sense to me, so I never questioned if there were other ways to do it.
Okay, where? Well, that's the wrong program. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this for you, Blue. You're going to get it. So add. How many points should I make it? Let's make it 5.
Are you making a stop pulling routine?
Yeah. Global cooldown 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Stop pulling. Okay, so it exists, but it's currently disabled. Because I'm going to have to go into Twitch.
Every time somebody redeems it, I'll use the soundboard.
I was going to make an auto. There's a way to do this with Twitch with the stream integration. I just need to find. I haven't touched it in a minute.
Air horn.
I'm not going to use an air horn. It's going to be more subtle than that. I definitely need it to be quieter than that. Where the heck is it? Where the heck is this? That's
Vuvuzela.
That's analysis. There's alerts. There's alerts and
table slam.
Channel points.
Emotional damage.
Any custom. So stop pulling.
Bottle.
Stop pulling. Yeah, not the. Yes, I understand that this is currently disabled. So how am I going to... What do I have it do? What do I have it do? The funniest option is to have it play, to just say stop pulling in the TTS, because I use the Dutch TTS because Dutch sounds really funny. to me.
Oh, that might actually be good.
It's a little bit cursed, but it's a little
Maybe
bit.
that's what we need. Maybe that's what we need.
I actually really like using Oh, that's way too loud. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Ow. They're so loud right now. Oh my god.
I'm glad I don't hear any of this right now.
Nope, that's the wrong one. Definitely don't want it to be... Okay, no, that's wrong entirely.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
astral project myself to the bathroom.
Astral project yourself to the bathroom. Okay, I'm going to put away your window grab so that people can watch me, can watch my hand, just meander about while I live edit the live technical issues live on stream, because this is how we do things here. This is how we do things. This is professional VTubing, is live editing.
Best. We are so professional. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you. Oddly, I probably could do the Vine Boom. That would actually probably be one of the easier ones. Let's... Come on. Let me see. Length. Sort these by length. This one might be the one. This one might be the one to go with. No, that's absolutely the wrong one. Holy crap. Continental. Continental, yes. Yeah, continental. It is very funny to me that people, that like the way that we use continental as a phrasing in English. These are so annoying. The default, you have no idea how annoying the defaults the default sounds are. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We might have to go with the say the text alert. Say text alert. Say text alert. English. No, Dutch. Dutch is the. Did they take away Dutch? Am I? Wow, did they take away Dutch? There's Danish. Portuguese. I do have Portuguese. That would be... We're going to go with Welsh. We're going with Welsh.
Continental. You mean normal?
I mean, Russian is continental relative to us.
Interesting.
Say,
That's interesting.
Let's see if I can save those changes and then enable that one, and you should be able to do it. You should be able to do it. Enable, and let's bring back the Reyna cam. Now that you're back, yes. I put away the Reyna cam. Reyna cam. There's the Reyna cam. Okay. And the compression gloves are gone.
Oh yeah. I forgot them. I was washing my hands.
That's extremely fair. That's extremely fair.
Yeah, actually, be right back. I know I'm gonna regret this later if I don't get them.
Okay. Let's not have that thing looking at my legs, because that's weird. Okay. I think this looks like a mess. I think this looks like nothing. I think this looks like absolute gibberish. I think I fucked up. I don't think this is pulling. I don't think this is a pulling problem. I think this is a twisting problem. Let's think about this knot.
Always look ugly AF.
Oh, I already killed it.
Yeah.
So
it will always look weird. Kind of just like it will always look funky, and then as you go, it'll be less noticeable as you go along.
All right. Well, I already killed it, so
it's okay. More practice, right?
More practice. I like practicing. Let's 7,
I accidentally purled.
8, 9, oh, 9, nope, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's give this another shot. I actually do genuinely like practicing. As you notice, you saw my Japanese practicing book where I'm just doing flashcards of kanji. I'm just practicing my handwriting. That's not even like the craziest one I've ever had. I've had some practice notebooks that were like 2,000 plus pages.
I wish that were me.
Like I said, I like practicing. Feels nice. Feels nice to just kind of like incrementally improve. You know what? If nobody else is going to do it.
Do what?
Let's see. Nope, that's the wrong sound entirely.
Stop pissing.
There we go. There we go. There shouldn't
Oh
be.
wait, is my iPhone dead? Oh, there we go.
There shouldn't be any music with that. Yeah. And there should be a cooldown on it.
Stop pissing.
I am driven a little bit insane by the fact that I definitely there shouldn't be any sound. I mean, there should be sound. There should be the...
Stop pissing.
Bullying!
There should... sound... I guess I'll just set it to 0. But yeah, it shouldn't have any sound, alert sound. So it should just... It should just have the Welsh woman saying, "Stop pulling."
For now, I saw first note, you can wrap the yarn around the left index finger towards your wrist and pull. Oh yeah, there's that technique. That one is harder for me, but it might work for you instead.
What's this?
On the left index finger toward your wrist and pulling the left. Yeah, I know what you. Yeah, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah. I think that's what I did this time, actually.
Oops. I almost knocked down my water. I think it was like... kind of like the magic circle, probably? No, Oh yeah, like this, and then...
Yeah, geometrically it'll produce the same thing.
Yeah. That's also in crochet. If you don't do it all the way, you can make a magic loop, which is great for crocheting in the round.
In the round.
Yeah.
In the round. Okay, let's... And rip. Oh my goodness. I mean, Mur has to use those points somehow, right? They're there to be used, not to be hoarded.
One too many. There we go. Yeah, there is less pulling.
There we go. Nope.
I think it might be because it's because it's still on a cooldown. Oh,
It should have a
JK.
10-second cooldown.
JK. Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant to...
No.
I had a technical sensor or something broken with it. I was like, oh no. That's
Oh, I see what you... Oh, no, I just realized what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because you don't have like a chat. Okay.
Ugh.
See, it worked. It did its job. It was so successful. I need to turn on the light.
Yeah, I'm wringing out my shoulder right now.
Hey Google.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now the important part. Is this awful or is this keep going?
It looks acceptable. What do you think? What do you
I
think,
can't
chat?
even tell. Oh, okay. I was like, why are you asking me, man? It's just,
I thought I-
I've clearly proven myself to be
asking you.
extremely ignorant here.
Beautiful Mura Sensei, what do you think? I think it is acceptable enough for it to like move forward and like at least finish a square to just get the principle down. I would just let's keep going. Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. So
Let's do maybe 4 or 5 rows. And then we'll do cast off.
okay, so I want to be pulling my needle through here.
Yeah, it's like basically the same as the first row.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm
kind of-
understanding the correct spot to be pulling
Yeah.
through. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because-
You're just like transferring the loops to the other needle.
Okay, and then whoop.
Yeah, not pulling. I will say that like the farther you go,
Mm-hmm.
the less likely you're gonna be pulling because like it just won't let you do that. Yeah.
Okay, let's get in here and all right. See, maybe this will be a little more comfortable. Because yeah, I definitely want I want needles that are like 3 inches long, like down to my wrist, for the way that I'm doing this.
Yeah, I think you definitely would benefit from getting shorter ones.
Because currently, like I'm just like I'm just like physically limited from.
You have like a giant wingspan.
Well, what the limitation is that like they're hitting the desk,
Yeah, exactly.
and that
So you kind of like have to have elbows out and
yeah, like and it's like
yeah.
surprisingly demanding on the shoulders
Mm-hmm.
to hold at this like really bizarre angle, where I'm like. And get in here. And nope. Okay. Man, that's twisted. It's twisted all around. Okay.
Ooh.
So that's 2 rows. It's 2 rows. And let's see if I can keep that going or if I am about to just make a giant ball of knots. You can push the stitches on the right needle further down. Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the fiber arts have been the ones that have spoken to you.
Yeah.
Fiber arts, and not the ceramic arts. The ceramic arts you struggle with.
Ceramic is kind of a. I did make a Turkish lamp at some point, but that was with a template. So, but that was fun. I've also made candles.
Candles are pretty candles are a pretty good one to work with.
Yeah. Let's see. What else have I tried? I've tried soap making. It was okay.
I was gonna say, I mean, I make my own soap, but that's just because I'm cheap. That's not because like I have a particular artistic interest in soap. It's just because it turns out that if you're willing to buy your own sodium hydroxide, it's really easy.
I have like a skin condition, so like I have to use like specific like products. So like I don't really have a use for it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know if I have a specific condition, but I definitely have somewhat sensitive skin, and so I found that going over to purely cast-style soaps has been an improvement. Honestly, the biggest reason why people get my age really wrong is because, unlike almost every other man on the planet, I actually moisturize. And the moisturizer that I found that works for me is just shea butter. Literally just shea butter. Nothing else. Nothing else. Just pure shea butter.
Sometimes you just need to go back to the basics, you know?
Yep. Sometimes I will say this for simplicity, right? For all the cool stuff that like chemists and product designers can do, when you do really simple stuff, there's fewer things for you to fuck up.
Right.
It's just fewer variables to keep track of.
Exactly.
Okay. Looks uneven, but
It doesn't have to be perfectly even anyway.
well, I was about to say it looks uneven, but I think I can keep going without
Yeah, plus like the weight of the yarn as you keep going will kind of straighten it out. Let gravity do the work.
Let gravity do the work.
And then at the
The
end,
cause
you
of
can
and solution to
also...
all of life's problems.
And then, like, you know, at the end, you can do something called, like, if it really bothers you, you could do something called blocking, whereas after you finish the piece, you can, like find, like, a foam or, like, a pillow or something, and then you pin the corners and, like, stretch it a bit so that it straightens out.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You don't really need to worry about twisted stitches unless you're doing knitting in the round, but, like, if it really bothers you, you can do blocking.
It's mostly well, you guys said that don't get it twisted earlier, so I was wondering if that mattered.
Well, I mean, like at the beginning, and then like it doesn't,
okay.
like at the beginning, because then like it just becomes impossible to work with the yarn. If that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like at a certain point,
I'm off camera.
yeah.
I'm off camera.
Yeah, I know. You can still like I do that too on my like fiber art streams.
I find it with calligraphy. I feel like I've got it kind of decently set up. But like I do mini painting, and like mini painting is like impossible.
Yeah.
Like I am off camera like the majority of the time. It's from a technical standpoint terrible. And I need to talk to some of the mini painters about how to get a little bit better about the camera setup. Because that's like the big complaint about my mini painting is not the actual mini painting. It's the it's that I wander off camera too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do also do some origami because it's one of the other paper arts. Yeah, and then I joined the subreddit for origami, and like the shit these people are doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've seen
That's
it?
like any hobby subreddit.
Yeah,
like,
like there's some hobby subreddits.
Have you ever like seen that like that Sungwon Cho?
Yeah, the Sungwon Cho video
about water.
About the
about water. Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, like the fountain pen subreddit, for example. Oh my god, those
fountain pens is obnoxious because it's honestly like mostly just a matter of expense, right? Like it's mostly just a matter of expense. calligraphy I found relatively accessible, even though like the people who are really good on there are like partially they're just like way better than me, but also like sometimes they're working with like materials and stuff that are just like really expensive,
Expensive, right?
like a lot of
That's
like
what
a
it is.
lot of gold.
So extreme. And then like there's Hobonichi is another one. Amigurumi is crazy too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that one.
Oh my god.
Oh. But yeah, but yeah, like the calligraphy, the origami one, it's like, oh my god, this is like
God, yeah.
like I'm like out here like trying to like make sure that my cranes are like more reliable and stuff, and then they're doing cranes that are like 1 millimeter.
Or like, check out this modular dragon I made to scale.
Oh, the modular ones are insane. I'm like, what is this even? Like, what is happening? What is?
I mean, I made like a modular swan before, but that's like level 1 in like modular origami. Actually, no, level 1 is a ninja star, but still. I do love modular origami though; it's fun.
I haven't actually tested that because I'm like such like a old school guy that I'm like, no, it needs to be one sheet of paper. That's what makes it origami. Is this one sheet of paper, all folds, just one sheet, which is just me being a grognard.
Well, I mean, they didn't claim that it was going to be traditional origami. I mean,
no, they didn't. They didn't. Son of a bitch. Okay,
okay?
it just totally fell off.
Oh, you dropped a stitch?
Yeah, I dropped a stitch.
Oh, yeah.
And it was the first stitch on this one.
Oh, yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, like, you could salvage it by, like, putting the, like, kind of, like, working backwards. I see that, did you drop it as much? Oh, actually, oh, yeah, you did rescue it. Okay.
Okay, that's rescued? Okay.
It looks, yeah, you rescued it. Wow. Okay.
Actually, no, I don't think I did. I'm like...
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, drop stitches are like the worst, because like in crochet you can kind of recover from it, but like with knitting it's a lot. But that's recovered. That's recovered. I think.
I don't think it is, because here's the leading. Sorry, I'm off screen. Yeah. The leading is on the second one now.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. So I would just like move that loop to the other... like just slip it onto the like backwards, like the other way, like you're doing it in reverse, I guess.
Hold on. Yeah, start again. So I'm doing.
I mean, like go backwards, like all right. Let's say I'm gonna do this one backwards, I guess. So like I have these finished loops here, right? I'm just gonna reverse it.
Oh, so like switch the hands and like.
Yeah, and then it's like it's back to where it used to be, I guess. Yeah, go back to where like we're knitting the previous row, or you could like keep like pulling like a few stitches, and then like slip the needle back in, and it's like you like undid it, like you went backwards.
This times. Is like this. Hold, I'm more confused now. I am not following.
No, just listen to what I just said. Yeah. So like hold on. Yeah, that might be a little too advanced now, but like just do what I did the first time. Just go backwards, since it's just one step. Yeah. Just slip off that little guy and
just
slip it off and onto the other one, and then like act like you're knitting.
Nope. Get back on.
And then ideally you'll know it's in the correct position if I don't know, actually. Yeah, it might be a bit too advanced now, but thankfully it's not too far.
Okay, and now I've screwed up my camera position again.
10% battery.
10% battery.
Oh. Is that working?
I don't know.
The other thing to do is to you could undo the row, just the row. Slip it on like one of the needles and redo it.
Get to the end of the row and see what the damage looks like.
Okay.
Uh,
Sometimes, or the other thing I also like to do is, if I'm feeling lazy, is just to keep going. And then when I count at the end of the stitches off, I just put in an extra stitch at the end.
okay, okay.
Uh-huh.
To push more, because I'm pulling again.
Backwards.
And let's get in here. And yeah, I haven't done ceramics work since like elementary school.
Elementary school, wow.
Yeah. Well, the biggest problem is, of course, having a kiln.
Yeah, like... I did not enjoy ceramics. It's not really my thing.
Okay. What's the damage here? I don't know. You're the experts here. Everybody here's an expert other than me. I'm the fool. I am the fool.
That doesn't look too bad, actually.
All right. All right.
Yeah, I guess you could keep going. Yeah.
All right. So that's. I have not been keeping track of how many rows that was. I think that was 4.
You can kind of see the ridges here. You kind of see you're slowly forming like some ridges.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like links. So like this is 1, 2, 3, 4 ish. Yeah, something like that. If you really need to like keep track, you can either like tally them as you go, or you can put stitch markers at the end
Oh.
and then count them. Yeah. There's like different ways of doing it. And some people have like a little like tracker thing on their wrist that they just like tap it and then like it goes up a number. Some people do that.
That would probably be the. I mean, my method would probably, because I'm such like an analog guy, I'd probably just have 2 bowls.
2 bowls.
Yeah, and just move like coins from one bowl to another bowl.
Oh yeah, I mean that works too. I usually do tally marks or stitch markers.
Tally marks is very easy. That's true.
Mm-hmm. You could do an abacus also. That might work.
If
if you divide it to like one side means it's not done, and the other side is.
Well, and if I a goofy one is that if I learn an art that would be fun for me to learn just because of my historical interest and try to pick up cuneiform, that would mean I'd have a bunch of clay around and I could just tap the clay with the end of the stick. And through. And and let's get through here. And
oh, where did I go?
you're getting lost too. You're getting lost too.
No, I mean, I don't see my hands on your stream anymore.
Oh, hold on. I know what happened there. I know what happened there. That is a window capture thing being silly. There we go. That was window capture silliness. Oh, crap.
Are you okay?
I'm about to drop 2 stitches. Okay.
Oh no!
I got it. I think I recovered that one. Unlike the other
Okay,
the others one, I'm actually confident I got that one. Because I caught it like immediately, and I was like, oh, those are just sliding right off. Those are just sliding right off. And let's pull that through, and
Yeah, we're gonna do a few more, and then a few more rows. Then after that, I'll show you how to cast off, and that's like when you're trying to finish off a piece.
Okay.
Mhm.
Excellent. I
Then
think that's row
we
number
can.
5 for me.
I'll do one more just to.
Yeah, I am enjoying this. I wish the ergonomics were a little bit better from my perspective. I think that's just a result of like
The long needles.
the long needles
Yeah.
and being on camera, right?
Yeah,
Like having to be
that's.
like on. If I had a camera set up in a completely different part of my apartment,
Mhm.
where I could be like on my couch or something like that,
Mhm.
then that probably wouldn't be that big of a deal. I would feel weird about having a camera like looking at like my thighs the whole time or whatever. Like,
You could put like a green sheet on your lap.
that would really enhance the old man aesthetic, right?
Yeah.
To have like a tartan blanket
Yeah.
on my legs. Which honestly in this weather,
That might be perfect.
that might be perfect.
Mhm. Yeah. We can like learn the other stitch patterns probably in another stream, or if
All
you
right.
have time right now, or
I do
yeah.
have
Oh, that
time.
was
I will need to use the bathroom before we do another stitch pattern, but
mhm.
I absolutely could. I absolutely could. I did not. I blocked off plenty of time today.
All right,
Uh,
perfect.
I think I am ahead on my day job stuff.
Mhm.
And for stream stuff, I mean, honestly, being on camera is actually the more fun part compared to like doing tech or
Yeah.
because I do have a bunch of tech stuff
Mhm.
that I want to be working on, but
Mhm.
uh, it's just always like, you know how it is. Uh,
Mhm.
you know how it is.
Oh my god, it's Hazmat.
Hey, Hazmat, how you
Hey.
doing today?
Nice to see you.
Yeah. And yeah, Reyna is here teaching me how to knit. How to knit.
Yeah. It's going well now.
It's going well now after. Okay, so that was. So you said one more row.
Yeah,
Uh,
I just like just so that like you can kind of see like how the end result should look
oh,
like.
oh, oh, don't pull from that end.
Yeah, yeah.
Pull
Yeah, that
from.
looks good actually. Yeah, you can kind of see like how the texture looks. It's like a little ridgy kind of thing.
And
What are we
honest,
knitting today? We're just doing squares. We're just myself. Yeah.
this is uh, purely educational. There's the goal is to. Mostly the goal seems to be to get me to stop pulling. It seems to be
Yes.
mostly the goal. That seems to be the real goal.
I'm teaching him how to do the basic like cast on,
Mhm.
knit, and then next we're gonna do cast off, so that like at least like if he has to master it, he knows like the birth and death of the pattern. And then after that, we're gonna go to the second type of knit stitch called the purl.
The pearl.
Yeah, the purl, Purl.
Yep.
And then if we have time after that, I can show you like the different ways knit and purl are combined to create like a pattern.
All right.
Um, yeah. Hmm.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
I'm gonna vibe here while you get ready for the cast off. Okay.
Okay. All right. So cast off is basically when we try to like make sure we get the piece off the needle. That's like when you finish it. Like, so you made this like lovely little scarf.
Mhm.
So it will start out like depending. We're gonna do a knit type of cast off, but the principle will be the same for purling, because like the most important thing is you're just gonna decrease the amount of stitches. That's the goal. So when you knit, you're going to complete on the first one. We're just gonna do one knit stitch.
Okay. Hold on. So we're gonna do one knit stitch.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then, forgive me, I haven't done this in a while, so I might be like going backwards.
Roger. So
Uh-huh.
so
It's a little
complete it.
coaster. Yeah, yeah, coasters are great. And then, yeah, you complete it, and then, wait,
Complete.
did I do this right? I
Okay,
didn't. Hold on.
holding tight, not
Hold
doing
on.
anything.
Wait. Hold on. I can fix this. Hold on. I need to remember. Sorry.
Okay, I'm not doing anything. I'm back to where we were at the start.
Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, I'm like doubting myself again. Like, hold on. Do I actually know how to do this? I also dropped a stitch, so let me fix it. Okay. How does it go again? Hold on. Let me just double check to make sure. Let's see. Like maybe it's just because my wires are crossed because like I've been doing my crochet. Casting off is kind of tricky. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I remember now. Okay. That like triggered a core memory. Okay. So, you actually knit the first 2 stitches, then pull the right stitch over the left. That's right. You're right. Okay. So, okay. So yeah, you knit 2 stitches.
So do 2 complete knits. Okay.
Yeah, 2 complete knits.
1.
Thank you. I like doing casting off with a crochet needle. Yeah, I might do that instead. Okay, so
I'd have to dig out my crochet needle because it's
no, you don't really need it for this.
okay. And then so that's
2.
2.
Yeah,
2.
and so you should have 2 on here.
Yep.
So you're gonna take this one here.
The lower one. Okay.
And then you're just gonna slip it over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that now there's only one.
Slip it all the way off.
Like over the first stitch and off. Yeah.
Okay, all the way off. Okay. Okay.
And then we're gonna knit once this time. Like complete a knit stitch once.
Okay.
And then yeah. And then just repeat that.
Wait, hold on. Oh, and then repeat that? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it's just a whole honestly, I feel like, feels like cheating, but it is a valid technique. I mean, like it's not like it's competitive knitting or anything. Yeah. So you just like repeat until you reach the end.
Okay, and then let's pull this over. I think I may have screwed up a little bit, but
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like you won't believe like how many ugly scarves I made, but the point is like they are functional scarves.
And just do this the whole way down?
Yeah, the whole way down, and then eventually you will be left with a finished piece.
All right. Let's hope I get there.
And then you'll have a nice little scarf for ants.
A tiny little scarf. A tiny little scarf.
It's a blanket for a mini sausage.
Well, this is actually kind of at the right scale for one purpose I have, but still will be a little bit small. Still will be a little bit small, because. There
Mouse
we go.
blanket. Yeah.
Uh,
Mouse couch throw.
I don't have any mice. I actually don't have any pests at the moment. Very unusual for a New Yorker. I don't even have cockroaches.
That's probably a blessing.
They have come here.
Oh no.
They have come here. It's hard to never have them, but me and my roommates are pretty clean living for a bunch of. Well, I shouldn't say single guys, because my two of my roommates are actually dating each other. Two gay dudes and a weird old guy.
And a weird old guy.
Yeah, the ideal family configuration: two gay dudes and a weird old guy who's just there.
Like some kind of sitcom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like eventually you'll have one loop on here. Then you would just like cut the end and then like pull it through and make a knot. And then you weave it in. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Let me get this. So this is a fun story, and it's a story that tends to terrify people. And this might actually hold on. I just realized that this story might be a little bit much for you because you've got entomophobia. Hold on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
need to think about this. I need to think about this one. Okay, no, I'll actually just abort. I'll abort. But I will abort. Whoop. Almost autopiloted into just doing another stitch in a row, and over and. And pull and there
A little
we go.
bacon strip.
A little bacon strip.
Yeah.
A little purple bacon strip. Little ube bacon strip. There we go.
Ube bacon strip.
Ube infused bacon. Yeah.
Probably out there somewhere.
I've actually never had ube anything.
Ube is like really good, especially if like if you want like a dessert that's like not too sweet.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's like a nice subtle flavor.
Okay. Okay. And then like that?
And then like, you have like a little loop, so you just like kind of like make it a little bigger and then just tie it into a knot.
Okay, okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. But we're not doing that because we're practicing. But yeah, that's the main principle of it. So like theoretically
it looks like I tore
you can lift
some fiber there, so that looks like it's a.
Yeah, but it's okay. But like theoretically now you could make a scarf if you did that a bit longer.
Theoretically.
Yeah, ube ice cream is so good, yeah.
I've just not really seen it around where I live. But yes, yeah. Reyna has not seen something very important.
Yes.
Is for my hand cams.
Oh
I've got a
my god.
zoom in.
Real. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the Sakmantas is real. Sakmantas real.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Suckmont is real.
yeah. Yeah, like I said, the
4.5D debut.
the model artist for the live 2D version of this, I requested a Sakmantas because I knew that she had like a real life version of her own sock puppet model, and she thought I meant the live 2D, so she made me the live 2D.
Oh my
and
gosh.
I was like, thanks, but I was actually hoping for the physical one. So she was actually like in town, and dropped by my apartment, and I made dinner, and she gave me Sakmantas. So,
Oh my god. Love it.
yeah. So when I went to a VTuber meetup a few weeks ago, and I brought that with me.
Perfect.
And I also cosplay myself because it's pretty easy to do, to be honest.
That's
know,
true.
if you seem to find the
Yeah.
right scarf in a big white cable knit turtleneck.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but now you can knit him a little scarf.
Yeah, you can knit him a little scarf. Knit him a little bit of
Yeah.
a scarf. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. But I think, yeah, I think like that's good. Let that knowledge marinate, and then we could do the other stitches some other time.
Hmm.
But at least you got the basics down.
We got the basics down.
You can make a scarf.
I can
or
make a scarf. I
coaster.
can make a scarf. Well, I mean, hopefully, my understanding is. So let me ask. Actually, I should say, if just before I even
If
say
you
it,
want to make a scarf, it's just that but longer.
hmm. Well, so the problems that we saw were very like physical things, right?
Yeah.
They're very like mechanical things. It would be very hard to
Yeah.
pick up from like a book that I was doing
Right.
wrong, because I was like looking at the,
Uh-huh.
I was like making these, and it was just like, why is this not working at all? Like, why am I getting results that
Right.
are different than what I'm looking at in a book or in an online guide? But my understanding is that with this level of knowledge, if I follow an existing online pattern, it should be much more possible. Is that accurate,
Yes.
or do you think I'm
Yeah,
like that
pretty much.
hopeless?
If you would probably need to learn how to do purl stitching if you want to follow patterns, because like those are like the main bulk, knitting and purling. But we could go over that, and like honestly, if you are just trying to make a scarf,
Hmm.
you don't really need a pattern. You just literally just do what I told you. Just like decide on a width by like casting on. Make sure it's an even number, at least. It
Mhm.
makes it a lot more pleasing if you do that.
Okay.
Especially if you and then just keep knitting, and then you'll have a scarf or a coaster eventually, and then yeah. But if you do if you want to look at purling online, it's like the kind of like similar principle. It's just like you're making the stitch go in a different direction.
Mhm.
And the way those two stitches, knitting and purling, interact will affect like the texture of like the piece. Like you know how like sometimes you see you know how like there's like on like a cuff of a sweater, remember, like like there's like the little ribbed pattern that's like alternating those, for example. Yeah, the simple knit only scarf is a rite of passage. That's right. You gotta learn.
I mean, I was
Yeah.
fully planning on doing several of those before I did
Yeah.
anything particularly complicated.
Yeah. Cable knitting is a whole other beast, and we will not get into that just yet.
I
We're
figured
gonna
not. I figured that's a substantially more
Yeah.
advanced consideration. Otherwise, I would see cable knit stuff all the time. Admittedly, I'm wearing cable knit right now,
Yeah.
but
So
I can
like for
obviously I can tell just
example,
looking at this. This is not like easy.
yeah, well, like the cuff part specifically, like that's a rib stitch, and that is a very common thing to use for making scarves and like cowls and even like gloves and like the cuffs of socks. So that's actually very simple to do, and it's like probably like the second rite of passage once you learn, once you like learn both like the knitting and purling. And then the other rite of passage would be stockinette stitch, which is like, I guess like when people think of knitting, they always think of that pattern. Like when you look on the sweater, you see like those little V's, right? On like on your sweater. That's a stockinette stitch. Like those like not like the little like wraparounds, but like if you look in the background, like you can like see like little V's behind them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I am down for learning purling if
Yeah.
you've got time.
Uh-huh.
If you
We
do,
can do that.
I will.
Yeah.
I will want to take a break because we've been.
Yeah, go ahead. I
So
know
I
we've
will,
been knitting for 4 hours.
well,
Yeah.
3 hours. We were yapping for a
hours.
solid hour of that.
That's true.
So we'll put on the away screen and we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you all for your patience, and we'll be right back. And we're back, or
Yay!
strictly speaking, I am back. There we go. There's the Fugi.
Yay.
It's a good Fugi. It's a really good Fugi.
Thank you.
Well, that's
my friend Mino Mieko made it for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's very cute. I think it's very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very gremlin-y. Very gremlin-y.
Thank you. I also have. Hold on. Hold on. Do I still have it? I did have. I have this. Okay.
What you got? What you got?
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, that's good. I like that. I like that. I like that. I'm gonna go over to Fugi and change it to, because the chat won't see it. Chat won't see it, but you.
Oh, is it still that from last?
Oh, I've just got okay. The current one's just the yaoi one. The yaoi one's relatively tame. I like it. But yeah, this is there. You get to see the horrible one. I love that one so much.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be that. I knew it was gonna be the freaking missing no one.
It's not missing no.
Biblically, yeah. Oh wait, no, I see it. I see it.
You see what it is now?
I see it. I see it.
Okay. 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 But yes. Okay, so we want to go over pearls.
Yeah. So
Pearls.
purling. What we're gonna do with that is, we're just gonna cast on like normal, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so, just disassemble this entire thing.
Yeah, just start the. If you want, or you can continue. But it's all up to you. Well, but like the thing is, you can't continue because you already finished it off.
Yeah.
So I would just disassemble it anyway, or at least like have some rows to use.
Well, now I'm just kind of having fun untangling a knot. Is what this is right now.
Honestly, like undoing it is kind of fun, but yeah.
It'll take me a little bit of a moment. I could just cut it off, right? That would be the simpler.
You could, yeah, and then like you'd have like a whole coaster.
Well, yeah, an unusably small coaster.
A coaster for gerbils.
Because like here's my water bottle, right?
Wow!
So that would be a little bit of a problem. And that's it's not that big. It's not that big.
Yeah.
That's a normal water bottle.
Yeah.
Normal water bottle. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna cut it off, I think.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we're gonna spend like 20 minutes on this.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So start with the same knot.
Yeah. Just start with the same knot. Cast on as usual, and then you can just a random number.
Okay, just
Doesn't have to be exact. Yeah, just enough to like have a solid object.
That was actually backwards. You people keep on saying I'm doing it backwards, but no, that one was actually backwards. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go with 9, 10. There we go. 10. All right.
All right. You might find purling to be a bit more ergonomically agreeable. I sure do.
Okay.
But so we're kind of doing like the inverse of knitting by purling.
Okay, how's that work?
So like you put, instead of like, you know how knitting, it's
Yeah.
like we do it behind. Instead, we're doing it from the top of the loop and in front.
In top of the loop. Okay.
And then in front of the left needle.
Okay.
Oops. Damn. Okay.
Okay, so I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I still use the
Mhm.
lead.
Yeah, so the difference between like the long end is that it's gonna be more towards the front rather than behind, and then you're gonna wrap it
Okay, hold on. No, I didn't
around.
get a good look at that. So do it
Yeah,
again.
sorry.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay. No, I
so
just
like
wasn't focusing enough. Okay.
yeah. Okay, so like you wrap it around like this. Like yeah, so it's like in the front, yeah.
Okay.
And then you just pull it through.
And then pull it through. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Or like yeah, push it through. Don't pull.
Don't pull. Stop pulling.
Uh-huh.
Can
Yeah.
I? Nope, I miss a miss. Miss.
Me. Yeah.
Okay. And it comes off? Like
Yeah,
that?
then it comes yeah. Uh-huh. And then you just and like I don't know if you noticed this, but in knitting,
Mm-hmm.
when you do a knit, the long end, the tail,
Mm-hmm.
it always ends up in the back, like away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in purling, it will be in front of you. Like it will be like towards you. It will be pointing towards you.
Okay.
So like that's kind of like if you're doing a pattern where you're like alternating between the two, you're like, wait, which stitch did I just do earlier? That's how you can tell the difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's try a couple more and see how bad I do.
I'm sure you'll be fine. You mastered knitting, so it's kind of like a similar principle. Yeah. It's just a little awkward when I have a table in the way.
Yeah, no, the table
Yeah.
is the table is definitely in the way.
Mm-hmm.
In a pretty bad to a
Mm-hmm.
pretty bad extent.
That's why I usually stick to crochet streams because it's a lot less space
Intensive.
reliant. Yeah. Like I have like this other VTuber acquaintance, Marie. She also does knitting streams, but she has to like do it at she has to put the camera like at an angle.
Oh.
Because like of like the awkward positioning, but I'm like I'm not about that life. I don't want anyone to see my messy ass desk. Like, so yeah. Mm-hmm. Eggy mentioned, yeah. You know who I mean.
Oh, I know Eggy. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
Eggy.
I've met Eggy. I've met Eggy in real life.
Yeah.
She's a
Well,
really
yeah,
wonderful singer. I did karaoke with her.
yeah. Well, yeah, but like, yeah, she does knitting streams and she has to like do it at an angle.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
Fuck. I've screwed this up way too bad. This is.
It's okay. It's okay.
No. No. I don't need the reassurances. It's just like, oh, I need to like,
Mhm.
I just need to redo that. Like, I
Yeah.
just need to recast all. I just need to go all the way back to recasting it. Okay.
Even I'm kind of forgetting how to do it.
Can't teach him stretchy thing. What is stretchy thing?
This stretchy thing. Stretchy thing? What's stretchy thing? Is that something? Is that like an overseas knitting thing? Stretchy thing.
Stretchy thing.
I feel like I'm overqualified for this.
Of course you do, Mara. Of course you feel that way. Yeah.
Just so you know, I haven't knit for like 2 years.
Oh,
Until
nice. So you were
Yeah.
like really taking a risk by agreeing to this.
Yeah.
You were really going out on a limb here. Oh my goodness.
Blind leading the blind.
Okay, and
Sorry, I misread knit as kill. I got a lit. That's Apex. It's one of the default patterns. Stretchy. Oh, the stretchy thing. Oh, no, I know what you mean. I call it something else. I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you're talking about, and I have made one of those.
I am doing this completely wrong. Doing this completely wrong.
I have different names for everything.
Well, yeah, that happens when you speak a different language. That is what happens in different languages, yes.
Well, to be fair, I don't think it actually has a name either.
Yeah.
But I know what it is.
Yeah, because you live on the continent. You're on the continent as opposed to the
It
island.
called my grip content.
Yeah, it's the normal grip for the continent, hence continental.
Yeah.
No, still wrong. Still wrong. I am getting this.
Now than
really...
anything coming along, we made a coaster for ants. A bacon-sized coaster.
Yeah, mine, here, I got about that far, and then water bottle for
I mean, like, you could, like, glue it to a hair clip or something.
I don't know, man.
Like, clip it on your beard and be like, look what I make, guys.
I could weave it into my beard. My artist has not seen me, so I did tell him that I really want a beard. My actual beard is like much bigger.
Full. I could feel it. I can feel it. Like
it sometimes manages to get on camera.
Uh-huh.
Most of the people who have seen me in real life, who are other VTubers, saw me after I cut off like 2/3 of it, and it's still like a pretty big beard.
Yeah. I had like I had this like person in my cohort in grad school who had like this huge, like magnificent beard.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Yeah. People. The ones I tended to get was Nebuchadnezzar, was the was the description I tended to get. Nebuchadnezzar, sometimes Boltzmann.
Oh, Blue says pinch it in the middle and make a bow. That is perfect. Can make a little bow.
Goodness. Okay, hold on. I am not getting this one at all. This is actually like I am completely baffled. Okay.
Okay.
So here we've got the cast, right?
Uh-huh.
And so we want these up. And so I am putting underneath where the trail starts, right?
Right.
Let's make sure that's on camera. Let's make sure that's on camera. Not just that I can see it, but that the camera can see it. Okay, so I'm in.
Yeah.
Now what? No, this is where I'm clearly losing something. Okay, so I'm watching you. Okay, so
wait.
Behind.
Like it's yeah. Well, so you take the yarn, and it should like hold on. Now I'm doubting myself.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on. I need to go through the motion myself to like see if I can explain it properly.
Roger. I'm staring very intently.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. No, that's not it. What have I done? What have I become? Oh, I see. Okay. So... when you do this, you gotta make sure that this long bit here is like kind of like pointing like it's kind of like pointing towards you.
Okay, pull towards me.
Like, and then you would so like you have this yarn here. You kind of go counterclockwise around the right needle.
Okay, around the right needle. Okay. Okay.
counterclockwise.
around the
Yeah,
right
and
needle.
then from there it's kind of like similar to like knitting.
And then pull it off, or
Yeah, just push it off. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
It's like similar to knitting. Yeah.
It fell apart. I did
It's
something
okay.
wrong. It completely fell apart there. Just.
Yeah, it's okay. It took me a while to remember what to do.
Ooh. Okay. All right. So in, and then it goes under, and then behind, and then pull it, and then.
Well, you're pushing it, but
Well, I mean the this should be.
yeah. You gotta like put that through the
Mm-hmm. It needs to be tight enough. It needs to be taut enough to like even be caught
Yeah.
by the needle, or else it just doesn't go anywhere.
Exactly.
Nope. Didn't have enough tension.
Yeah. Let me
I'm definitely having more trouble with this one.
somehow.
Definitely more trouble with this one.
It's funny because I find this one the easier one than knitting.
Okay, and then. Okay. That's kind of what I'm looking for, I guess. I honestly, a lot of the problem is just that, like, this needle's just so goddamn long.
I know.
This needle
yeah,
is.
that's probably what it is. It's honestly like it's probably like the table. It's everything.
Yeah, it's a lot of ergonomics are fighting. A lot of not even ergonomics. The word I want to use is stereochemistry, but like just geometry. A lot of the geometry is really fighting me here.
The logistics.
Yeah, the collision detection. The collision detection is really fighting me here. I'm getting body blocked by my own table.
Clip through it.
Yeah, just
Gillish.
We're so gamer pilled here in VTuber land that we understand physics. We understand like the basic nature of reality in terms of gamer terms.
We could go to the back rooms at will.
That's one of those games I did. I've not played the back rooms. I've watched some streams of it, and I'm like, I do not get it.
Yeah. I don't get it either, but there was like this one channel that I really liked for it that it kind of it like films like a bunch of people who, like exploring it as if like it's in like the Office format.
Oh, okay, that's a good gimmick.
Like
that's a good
and
gimmick.
it's really fun. Yeah, it's like really funny because like they like just take all the horrors like in this like really blasé like comedic style.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And like the voice acting was pretty good. Yeah.
Too loose. I keep on referencing what is like has become my favorite YouTube channel is this guy called N.A. Austin. And his gimmick is that he like does really, really serious, boring ass analysis of video games. So his main series is he goes around Skyrim and Pokemon, and he takes unemployment rates of the cities.
I love that.
Yeah, he's like,
I love that.
he's role playing a Bureau of Labor Statistics surveyor. This is wonderful. It's beautiful. He has a really good video about the water systems of Morrowind.
No.
Morrowind has no rivers because they don't have any flow, so they are sloughs, which is a different type of body of water.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's great. It's like this is perfect. This is perfect. This is perfect content creation. Pickles the Little Dill asks, what made you decide to pick up knitting?
Is that a question? Yeah.
I assume that was a question for me. You can answer.
Yeah.
You can answer.
Yeah, I think I already went over it. I don't think you actually mentioned it, did you?
There's a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
At a pretty fundamental level, I like learning new skills. And I particularly like learning hands-on skills. I am not very enchanted by, like, learning how to code, for example.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
I
it's
know what
like,
you
it's
mean.
like that doesn't solve any of my problems. And I wanted to learn a art form that was a traditional method of making clothing, because I've learned quite a bit about traditional methods of making food, and I like being connected to old things, right? And knitting is not actually all that old. Knitting is, like I said, it's early modern. So like 1700s, I think, is when, maybe 1600s is when like knitting starts. Oh my goodness, okay. Starting over again? This one's really killing me. The pearl is really killing me. So that's why, was I wanted to learn something, because when we talk about like how people actually spent their time for most of human civilization, you basically spent nearly as much time making clothing as you did making food.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah. Usually spinning was much more demanding than everything else combined, by like quite a bit. Like 85% of the time a medieval peasant would spend on clothing manufacturing would be on spinning.
I've always learned spinning.
What was that?
I've kind of wanted to learn spinning.
Well, there's a big difference between learning to spin on a wheel and learning to spin on a drop spindle. Because spinning wheels are also an early modern invention.
True.
Before then, you'd spin with a drop spindle, which is apparently like way more labor intensive. But you know, if you were just trying to clothe a family of like 5 people, you would be spinning like 2,000 plus hours a year, which is like a full-time job. That's like 40 hours a week of spinning.
Yeah.
And so, nope, that's a miss. But anyway, I want to learn something involved with clothing to like kind of see how my ancestors and other people's ancestors and just how people in the past did this. And I like working with my hands, and kind of last but not least reason is, I'm going to put you away for a second, Reyna. Your hand cam away for a second. This was I did a subathon for my affiliate anniversary back in October. And we got up to 300 subs.
Wow.
Yeah. I was not expecting to get there. I was not planning on that. The 300th sub reward is not one I was actually really hoping to do. But yeah, knitting was on there. Learning how to knit was on there, because it's a skill I've wanted to learn for a while, because I really liked learning how to bake bread. And so I want to learn something that I could use to make like some scarves and gloves and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why it's on the list. And we are almost through the subathon rewards. I'm excited about that. We are almost through.
So awesome.
The Dark Souls one's going to be really demanding. That one's going to be real. That one's going to be real.
I can't wait to watch that one.
I've already put up parts 1 and 2 of the previous playtime on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. So if you want to watch me fail a tutorial for hours on end, you absolutely can.
I'll watch it while I knit.
There are 4 parts. There are 4 parts. They're just live VOD. They're just VODs. Like, they are not like edited at all. And that's wrong. So yeah, that's I feel pretty proud of myself for actually getting through subathon rewards, because I know streamers who like their subathon rewards have been sitting there for like for like a decade or more. Not like a decade, but like a year or more.
A decade.
A decade. I don't know how many streamers
even
have
before
a decade.
VTubers existed.
Are we coming up on the decade of because I'm one of those people who counts the first that didn't work at all. The first real VTuber as hardware reviews. That's the one who I count as the first one. Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't. I was gonna say that Annoying Orange was a VTuber.
I think that might actually. Oh, that might be older. That might be older. That might be older. So there's a there's a guy on YouTube. I don't know if he's still active, who would review like drills.
Like drills, as in like
zzz
like
into
the
the
tool,
wall. Like the tool,
yeah,
yeah, like hardware.
Yeah.
He would review hardware, and he had a 3D model of an anthropomorphic bear as his
I
stand-in.
love that.
Yeah,
I love that.
and he started like before Corona.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. Right. So
Yeah.
before Kizuna Ai, like he's like old, like.
I mean, technically, VTubers have been around for like ever since like the birth of YouTube. We just didn't really call them VTubers.
That's true. I
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely
like,
consider Sean Vids to be a VTuber, for example.
Like, Annoying Orange could be a VTuber, and then like there are a bunch of Let's Players who like had their own like kind of avatar to represent them, and there's like the Utaite on Nico Nico Dova also had like their own personas. Like, so yeah, VTubers actually existed a long time. We just didn't call them VTubers.
Not right. Well, and a lot of what I think about when I try to explain like what a VTuber is to people, it's usually pretty easy to be like, a VTuber is basically an AM radio host that is doing luchador.
Oh my god, you're right. That's true.
Yeah, this is fundamentally what is happening. I'm getting this completely wrong. I am getting this completely wrong. This is much harder. I am having way more trouble with this one. I have not nailed this at all. Okay. Let's...
Alright, let me put down my stuff and see how you're doing.
Okay, so I've got this. Hold on, let's get myself on camera.
Oh
Here.
my god, I see. Okay.
I was off camera, and then pull around.
Oh, I think I see what you're doing wrong. It's because the yarn is you're approaching it from the
back
of the needles. You have to approach it from the front and then clockwise. Like that. Yeah.
I need to not drop the
I'm
needle.
theoretically like that if I could see.
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
front loop,
Yep. And then
pull it in so that I can
yeah.
so that it can grip it all, and then
Then you just like get it through the loop. It's if you do like a downward motion with it, it helps, yeah.
That look right at all? That does not look right to me.
Well, I think it's because you pulled too much.
Well, at least it's easy to reset.
Oh, yeah.
At least it's easy to reset. Okay. Oh. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. And let's... So... And...
Yeah, you got it to that point. So...
Then, We'll keep going. It doesn't look right to me, but I might just be unfamiliar with what
It might just be the first one, yeah.
Yeah, it might just be a lack of familiarity.
Yeah. The first one is always going to be weird, so...
Yeah.
I would, give it until the, next few rows.
Yeah. Yeah. Why did you picked up knitting because did you pick up knitting just because it was something that your group was doing, or was knitting the impetus for you to join the group?
So when I was really, really young,
Oh, okay. Really, really young.
okay, when I was like really, really young and like in college, I wanted to. It was like my first serious relationship,
Oh,
and I
okay,
made
okay.
the mistake of making
Okay, I like this.
making a scarf. So I learned knitting to make a scarf for
Okay.
him. And then after that we broke.
I still have a very nice scarf from an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
So I just
There's
consider
a
it a
reason
nice.
why there's
I
there's
just
something
consider it a
called a
nice
sweater
memory.
curse.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I thought Almantas would fit the knitting. That's true. Yeah, but have you heard of the sweater curse?
Uh, fill me in, because
So it's like a little inside joke among like the fiber arts community that like if you try to make a sweater for a significant other, you'll end up like ending the relationship shortly after it. So
proposing a really cynical possibility of
well, like in theory, it's because like it takes a very long time and dedication to make the sweater. So by the time that you finish the sweater, there's probably enough time to see like a lot of flaws in the relationship.
I was going to propose a very
Yeah.
cynical, goofy read of that
Uh-huh.
of
Oh.
the relationship was going to end, but the person stuck around to see to make sure they got the sweater out of it.
Oh man! Damn.
I told you it was a cynical, goofy one.
Damn. Damn.
I had this girlfriend I didn't really like, but hey, I got a nice sweater out. Son of, okay. Starting over. If I got a nice sweater out of the deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not 6. 7. 8. 9.
Time for sleep attempt number 4. Good night, Mura-sensei.
Good night and good luck, my friend. Those are bad casts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. 9. 10. But yeah, you can take that one. You can take that one to the knitting circle.
I'll be sure to inform them of it. It's actually funny because like most of them are also like they're either single or divorcees.
I
Yeah.
cannot lie, I am not surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, this was like the most recent like sociology thing that I was like actually really academically interested in was the high rate of singleness among millennials, and particularly it's a particularly interesting thing to study because there's obviously like a huge class component to this that I think is often unstated, which is that nobody's really talking about a singleness epidemic of uneducated millennials. They're really only concerned with educated millennials. It's really like why are rich white men and women not getting married at the rates we want them to? So, I always think that that's like an interesting thing to put in there, but part of it I think is a data collection problem.
Right.
Part of it I think is a data collection problem, which is that rates of people tend to pretty much marry. People really do tend to marry within their race. America has a relatively high rate of interracial marriage, but overall, that's just relative to the fact that like the rate of interracial marriage in say Denmark is like close to 0.
Right.
Because it's Denmark. Everybody's white there. It's just kind of hard to meet non-white people in Denmark. So anyway, part of it is a data collection problem where if you actually break it down by white people, it actually gets a little bit hinkier. Because the data is actually not that college-educated white people are having like low rates of marriage. That's actually just like not even true. It's a perception, but it's not actually particularly true. The low rate of marriage among college-educated people is largely driven in the African-American population. And a lot of it has to do because African-American men go to college a lot less frequently than African-American women. There's a huge gap in college attendance between African-American men and women for the extremely... I'm starting these over. For the extremely dismal reason that I'm sure that you are aware of from hanging out with a bunch of sociologists, which is that black men tend to be in prison. Instead of going to college. You know, the dismal state of racist policing in America is a huge causative factor there. So, in case anybody was thinking I was about to go in a different direction there, but yeah, so it's this, there is definitely still a tendency there, and I read a really excellent piece of sociology on this called Motherhood on Ice, which is this really excellent ethnography of women who freeze their eggs. Yeah. And it's like 150 interviews with women who freeze their eggs, who have done egg freezing. Really an interesting study. Really interesting study. Hold on. I'm getting so tangled up with this. And
after I finish this row, I'm gonna like put it down and
focus on the coaching.
Yeah. Sorry, I get lost in it, and I'm like, oh, I'm so close to a color change. I'm gonna go do the.
No. Go ahead. I think I understand what my problem is. I think it's practice.
It's good. Yeah, I think it's good. Like you're at that stage where like you like know enough to know if why it's wrong and how to fix it. I think that's like always the place, though. Yeah.
Oh, definitely pulling too hard there right now.
Yeah. It's so wild to hear all of this from a sock puppet.
I love VTubing. I love to be anime on the internet.
Yeah. Someone is also a VTuber. Yeah. He also has the prestigious position of being my significant other.
Yes, a high rank.
Very rank. Yeah. But I remember like I was teaching him how to crochet like last year, and he almost had a mental breakdown.
No,
because of like the stitches.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He like almost like literally cried, and he was like, "What am I doing with my life?" Like it was like a downright existential crisis. So.
The poor fella.
Yeah.
But
no,
I am
stages of grief.
I am still, I would say, in the early stages on getting frustrated here. I am pretty far away. Another 20-30 hours. And
20-30 hours.
I might start getting tilted.
I think it might be easier if like when you try to like pull the loop off. Let me see if I can explain it. Well, you kind of just like rotate it under the other needle and back.
Could you do that again? Because I did not that was a different motion than what I've been thinking about entirely this whole time. So hold on.
Yeah.
Let me
I just have like.
That is not at all the motion I've even considered doing.
Yeah. So like once you got the threading part, so you move it under. Oh, yep. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You move it like under.
So okay, let me catch up to you. So I get in, and this goes around and around, and I pull it.
Well, I mean, it's only one around, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And then like you just like tuck it under,
Okay, so I've got it.
And then, and then you just flip it off.
I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did it. So
But I
think
think like you're starting to it's starting to click though.
I think so. I mean, again, I am fine working on the fundamentals. But yeah, no, I kind of have to like twist it a bunch just to like keep it from getting too caught on.
You feel like curling is harder? Yeah, a lot of people feel that way.
Okay, so it's through, and then
yeah. So kind of just go under like this, because like when you do that motion, you can kind of see it already working its magic because like you can see the loop forming.
I need to watch more carefully instead of trying to follow along. I need to watch more carefully.
Okay. So let me. So when you do the purling.
Okay, so you just went in.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where you're at.
And
Try
then
to lock this in.
you wrap them up. And then when you just kind of, you don't really pull it. You just kind of like twist. You just like tuck the right needle under the left needle after that. And you can see the loop is already formed here. And then you just need to slip it off like that.
Okay,
you don't even need to pull. You just like you just take it off.
Okay. Yeah. Let me. I'm also getting the unexpected thing here is that I am now hitting the cables for my ring light and my camera.
I think like purling also does take more space because like you're moving your needles out.
It's less hard on my elbows. I will say that. Less hard on my shoulder, I should say. It is
I
taking
do
less
like
out of that.
It's a little bit more ergonomic because like you're constantly having your needles pointed together.
It's definitely playing nicer with the camera, at least in terms of like keeping me in a fixed location, and then nope.
For me, purling is just knitting, but on the other side of the fabric. Yeah, that's in theory what it is actually.
In theory, hold on, wait. Let me. Gotta get these cables out of the way. They're going to drive me insane. Fortunately, I have a bunch of string. So, just give you a nice little. Little square knot, and if we got a problem, I'll just cut it. Oh my goodness, okay. Okay, well, I need to move these cables at some point anyway. Housekeeping. There we go. Okay. Now I can... Oh, and Pickle's a little dill. Have a good night. Have a good night. Sorry about that. Sorry about not catching that in the moment. Alrighty. Excellent. And now, through. Nope. Wrong way. Okay. Fuck. All right. Alrighty. Do. Like that?
I can't see it.
Oh. Yeah, so.
the next one and see how that works.
All right, hold on. I'm also gonna autofocus the camera again. There we go. Well, nope, gotta do it again. My only exposure to sociology in name has been one of my professors jokingly describing the difference as sociologists think about fixing the problem, anthropologists don't give two craps about helping you but want to know about your problems. I would say that is being extremely generous to the solving orientation of sociologists. That is I absolutely know sociologists who would consider that a question for the public policy department, not for them.
It also depends on like what part of like the regions you are in, as well, and like the type of like school you're in also. Like definitely like I know that in my grad school it was like more complacent but like 10% were more of actively in activism, but then like in my in like the universities on the West Coast when I was getting my bachelor's and earning my my like associates, like definitely they were like raw breathing fire and like so passionate about like everything and like taking action and like being actively like involved in stuff. It was crazy.
Yeah, the joke I am used to about sociology versus anthropology is sociology got the West, anthropology got the rest. That
I like that. I love that's
yeah, right?
fair.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
There. Yeah.
And it's mostly the real difference is more a matter of like what techniques you use. Like both will use ethnographies, but the amount of ethnography that anthropologists do versus sociologists is like really extreme. You know, the anthropologists like really do ethnography. Sociologists will do a lot more like surveys.
Surveys, interviews. Yeah.
Interviews are important in both, but a lot of it kind of comes down to the fact that like I mentioned Motherhood on Ice had a data set of like 150 ethnographies. That's actually huge for an anthropology work. That's enormous. For a sociologist, though, they might be working with data sets of like several thousand.
Yeah.
And sociologist, I've never really seen a sociologist really give a shit about archaeology. Like other than to cite Foucault's Archaeologies of Knowledge, where the archaeology is entirely metaphorical. Whereas for anthropology, it's a pretty important technique. So yeah, that's a lot of it. Is like sociologists tend to work with much larger data sets.
Disparity of dinosaurs.
Yeah. Well, and that has to do in no small part with the fact like this is definitely like a Europe versus America distinction that like America doesn't have independent archaeology departments. Whereas in Europe, including the UK, they do. Which is a fairly significant difference. Anthropology handles the archaeology.
I don't know what I could do with a bachelor's in sociology. You can become a data analyst.
You can work in... Yeah, I was about to say, I actually found it to get me a lot more work than the chemistry. I've got nothing out of my chemistry degree, professionally speaking, since I completed it. I do not think I succeeded here.
Let me see. Oof. Yeah, I would start over.
Yeah, I don't think I got anything out of that. I've actually worked quite a few. In the end, I got an English degree because I burned out of college. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. My advice about college majors, by far and away, the most important part is: are you interested?
Yes.
And I did have a different experience from Reyna in that my undergraduate was a feeder school for research universities. Like, everything was taught with an eye towards getting, towards becoming a research, towards being like a researching professor.
Oh yeah.
So
my-
no nursing, no engineering. No engineering. The computer science department was actually inside the math department. It was just a math degree. You couldn't get a computer science as an independent major. It was just you just got a math degree. And most people in my school went on to get PhDs. Not most. I shouldn't say most people in general, but like in the chemistry department, I think only one person went to medical school. Everybody else went for researching PhDs. Like, it was very, very research oriented for my undergraduate. And then I went to an R1 for my graduate school. Not a lot of practical skills. But this also meant that, like, the real question in your major was, do you ask interesting research questions? And what wound up happening is that because this was like, you were targeting towards going to the best schools to get researching degrees, this meant that if you were naturally talented at something and really, really hardworking and really disciplined, you would still get completely obliterated.
Yeah.
You would still get being dedicated and talented was simply not enough. You had to be curious and motivated to survive.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so that really has colored my perception of, like, do degrees in things that you give a shit about. Because you will get to the 300 and 400 level classes and they will eat you.
They will.
If you are like struggling to find the motivation to get through a 200 level class and like really like burning the midnight oil, you will just simply die. Compared to somebody who has no talent and a terrible work ethic, but finds the whole field genuinely extremely exciting. They will murder you at the high levels.
It's true.
Yeah.
I almost got eaten.
Yeah.
Because like I had to go from like a more like practical skill oriented like department, and then like I went to grad school. It was like so research based. I'm like, what the F is all of this? Like,
yeah, and like
yeah.
And like knowing good questions, coming up with good questions, which is comes from a place of curiosity above all else. Is like the distinguishing factor between somebody who is going to make it and somebody who is meat. I mean, in fairness, Blue, think about what I'm doing. Right, like all those fancy degrees I have right now are just grist for my VTubing. They're just a particularly fun piece of lore to engage with. They're not particularly valuable to me in an obvious career fashion. They are fuel. They are fuel for my content. It's like I am using it. I am using it in a way, but I am not, like, I could have, like, you know, I'm using it, and, like, I could also equally be just, like, a 20-year-old who's really good at Apex. Like, it is just an alternative to that for me.
Yeah. Everyone has their own niche.
Yeah, we all got our own niches. Yeah. No, I don't. No, I'm not saying this from a place of bitterness. I'm saying this from a place of amusement.
Yeah. I mean, like, I have my viewers literally do want me to talk about insurance and, like, the U.S. benefit system for, like, employment and, like, talking about, like, all the terminologies. Huh?
Is that what you work in?
Yeah, I work in my specialty is employee benefits.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
yeah. But it's like more of like the like keeping up with like the compliance, so like knowing all of like the laws and regulations, and then like fulfilling all of the governmental obligations that we have like companies have to do
Yeah.
in order for like the Department of Labor not to like get on our asses. And then I also do a lot of like the tech and data analysis and accounting for some reason. I'm not really supposed to do that, but I'm doing it. And then a bit of payroll processing, which I'm also not supposed to do, but I'm doing that.
I have been
You'll
there. I know how that happens. I know how that happens. Yup,
Technically,
yup.
the compliance thing is also something I shouldn't be doing, but I am doing that.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
And the
goodness.
customer service, which I shouldn't be doing, but I'm also doing that. And I also administrate the retirement plans, which I shouldn't be doing, but I'm also doing that.
It sounds like you should be finding a new employer. Is what it sounds like to me.
The market is a little. I mean, I am trying to, but like, it is like I'm not like getting good results just yet. But at least they are paying me a fair wage, which is good. And
Unusual, yeah.
yeah, so that's like one of the redeeming things. But oh my god, like. You notice like how I like take like literally like 3 days to like respond to you on every DM,
which
right?
I don't mind. I don't.
Yeah.
I have no space to talk on that one. I literally have an emote making fun of me for taking too long to respond to DMs.
Yeah, it's because I am literally tired.
I will be honest. I am much more concerned about the fact that this might be a little illegal what you to have you be doing compliance for that you are not supposed to be doing.
I mean, like it's because no one else wants to do it, and like honestly, like that part is fine because it's just turning in data and then like just filling out tax forms, yes or no, and stuff like that. But yeah. Although, like, I will say that, like, a lot of things sometimes do fall through the cracks, and I just hope the DOL doesn't find it. But we'll see how it goes. I'm a good documenter, so.
Got to the end of the row.
Yeah. Oh, great.
That looks alright?
That looks much better. Yeah, that looks much better.
Okay. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
Gonna
do
stretch.
some stretches.
Yeah.
Do hand stretches. Yeah.
Oh, for me, it's the shoulders.
The shoulders, yeah. I have this I got like this heating pad that's shaped like a capybara that I've been using.
That's cute.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah, you just like literally microwave him and he's all warmed up and
I should
it's
think
like,
about
it's so
getting one of
good.
those because I use one of those Japanese hot water bottles.
I mean, those are great, but they're not cute.
I am comfortable with things not being cute. I obviously have
not.
very like you can just like look at the difference between our desks, right? Like I like to be reminded of the materials I'm working with and of the natural world. And I need to buy more houseplants because we had a cold snap and it killed some of mine.
Oh no.
The Croton is still hanging on, but it is very, very by a thread. I am very worried about it because I've had that Croton since I moved to New York.
For here, it's like lots of kawaii aesthetic plushies that I've made, like wall to wall. And then like I've got my Sanrio. I've got like I've got this whale keyboard.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Yeah. I got a whale keyboard.
Couldn't be me. Can't do the 70% keyboard. Can't do it.
I have like a separate numpad for like data entry when I work from home. So
I need that numpad, man.
Yeah, I have like a separate one because then like it's nice because like I can just position it anywhere I want to.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Apparently programmers are like, why do people use numpads? Like, aren't these things like completely obsolete? And I'm like, oh my god, are you kidding me?
No, like have you ever done payroll? Like, jeez.
Yeah, that somebody did a like I remember an informal survey on Twitter of like, do you use your numpad and what for? And it's like, oh, it's like people who do data entry use the numpad.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, yeah, we fucking do, man.
Like if like you like live like 90% of your life in Excel, like yeah, hell yeah, I'll need a numpad.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm just thinking about how much I use Excel, and the only programming I know how to do at all, SQL. Like the fakest programming language.
Yeah, but I also have like a little like altar with crystals on the corner and a tarot deck.
Living that West Coast life.
Yep. Manifesting.
Manifesting, yeah.
And then nautical decorations.
Meanwhile, like, oh, son of I think threw a pearl already. Already missed a pearl.
Rip. I mean, like we could revisit.
We might be getting into the revisiting element.
Yeah,
of this
we might have to do like a part 2 training. I mean, at least you know how to do scarf.
I know how to. Yeah. I know. So the knit stitch, I feel pretty comfortable with. The pearl, I do not feel comfortable with at all. I am genuinely contemplating buying some smaller needles because this has just been so annoying.
I would say you might benefit from like maybe shorter but like thicker.
I think
needles,
it's like thicker would not be remiss. These are like 14 inches and 5 millimeter.
Yeah, that's like when you're making like a blanket or like a couch throw.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
On you're at like a literal armchair, not like on your desk.
Yeah. But yes, that might actually be a fairly good point for us to call it good. Thank you, Gringotts. Thank you, Gringotts.
Love that.
Gringotts like knows me better than like almost anybody else here, so thank you for that. But all right, so let's go over to the chatting. And I need to re-enable the Fugi. Or is it just off screen? It says it's enabled.
I think you pushed it up.
I'm just going to fit to screen. There you are. There you are. You're just huge. Okay, that's fine. Huge is fine.
That's perfect. It's like a reverse sock puppet.
Actually, this is arguably funnier. It's arguably funnier to have like the top hat going on either side of my head. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So yeah, I normally show off my schedule at this point because and yeah, now she no longer gets tall. She no longer gets tall.
I'm immune in this form.
Yeah, immune to the stretchy. But yes. So I would normally go over the schedule, but it's Saturday, so I don't have a schedule for the coming week. I know I'll be doing calligraphy on Monday. I will not be streaming Tuesday or Wednesday because I have real life obligations, and I will be doing some 1000 X resist. I haven't figured out everything else. Oh no, Thursday EG's coming over. Do you know EG?
EG. Oh my gosh.
I love EG. EG and I had a really wonderful collab talking about archaeology and the Outer Wilds.
Oh.
And so that was really lovely. And then they wanted my opinions on ontology, and I was like, I don't really have opinions on ontology, but I do have opinions on epistemology. So we'll be talking about epistemology. I'm really excited for that one, and I'll probably do 1000 X resist on Friday. But yes, Reyna Chapeau, thank you so much for being here. It is time for the most dreaded part for VTubers, apparently.
Rating?
Plugging? Yeah, plug yourself.
Plug myself. Oh yeah. I stream on the youtube.com if you enjoy cozy gaming and crochet and occasional toxic gaming, which is sometimes cozy, and a highly inconsistent schedule of streaming. That's me. Follow me.
Yeah, there she be. Yeah, and you're on Twitter. You're not on Blue Sky.
I'm planning to change that soon, but hopefully it'll be there someday.
It's easy. It's easy. You don't
Yeah.
need an invite anymore.
Oh.
Is there anything else you want to try to sell the people on? Do you have anything cool coming up?
No. Just kind of coasting by.
Okay, no
let's see.
cool
Yeah.
sexy magic moments coming up. All right.
No sexy magic moments right now. Just kind of on survival mode.
All right.
I if I had a buyer, if I had like a sponsor link for the Woobles, that's where I would plug it. But you should buy those kits anyway because they are adorable and great for learning crochet.
Oh
and then
snap! That's what I should have. I set up Amazon affiliate links when I'm when I do book chats, when I do the book chat, but I didn't for this one. Do you have somebody you would particularly like to raid?
Let me go see who is on. Let me go on Twitch. I haven't been here in a while.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Mhm.
And let's think about a raid message while she's looking for somebody she'd like to raid. If you can't come up with somebody else, I've got a candidate. And I almost sent my raid message in her chat.
You can go where you would like if you have an idea.
Okay. So who? Old man and old lady. Do you have another way you like to be referred to? Because I use geezer for myself. I'm the geezer. I'm the
Granny.
Geezer and Granny knitting our way here. Knitting in. There we go. So there's the tank. If you don't have my emotes, you can use anything from my Oshi mark. For that, I guess I may as well. Granny knitting.
Granny Green's hot butter ice cream.
Geezer and Granny knitting in. There we go. So those are our raid messages. We are going to raid my dear friend Alex Azarashi. So if you don't know Alex, and you've been hanging out with me, that's pretty crazy. Because me and Alex have done like 30 collabs. So yeah, we're going to go raid her. If there's my Discord, I am pretty active on Discord. I was doing rivals last night with the community. I might do that again tonight. Who knows? I do need to have dinner before I do that.
I should go eat dinner too.
And my socials, and everybody have a good night. And
I should add you on Goodreads.
I've gotten followers from Goodreads. It's crazy. Like, people come into Twitch chat and being like, I found you via Goodreads.
Oh my god, Goodreads VTuber? Oh my gosh, maybe I should do that too.
I think I've gotten more people from Goodreads than from YouTube. Certainly more than I've gotten from TikTok.
I'm gonna conquer the cozy fantasy and romantasy.
Oh, mine's full of Yuri romance.
Yuri romance. It's either that. It's like it's so bipolar. It's like one day I'm like reading like I don't know, like legends and lattes, and then suddenly it's like why men hate women.
Yeah, my reviews are a mix of like stuff like the dawn of everything, and then like two cute girls kissing. Like those are my two genres. But yes, all right, we're raiding out. All right, love y'all. Have a good time, and I'll see you Monday 4 p.m. for more calligraphy. And I'll see you out. I'll see you over on YouTube sometime. All right,
let's go.
Let's go.